Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over. Absolutely.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, great to see you all.
Holy
Whoa.
What
Wow.
in the-
Whoa.
There you go.
What
I'll
is
turn you down a
going
little
on?
bit.
What on earth?
Yikes.
You're right there.
Nick's right. Am I all right? Or
You're a
all
little
right?
loud too.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't know. Nick, is everything okay?
I mean, the
There's
levels look fine on my end.
It sounds
normal.
very crunchy
Uh-huh.
over
very,
here.
Very crunchy.
I don't
very
have headphones
crunchy.
on. This is great.
Yeah.
You don't
mine
sound
was-
crunchy to me.
I was up to here.
Wow.
No, I had Josh a little too loud, but I backed him up.
Doug says it blew the sound bar clean off the wall.
Come on.
You have your
No.
sound bar mounted to the wall. Interesting.
That's pretty cool.
Nick owes Doug a sound bar
Nah.
and a wall.
Well, yeah, it's probably more the wall than the
And
sound
a
bar.
wall.
Depends on how much of the drywall got taken off with the sound bar.
I know a guy who I gave a sound bar to once, and he never really used it.
That's
So
That's
What,
the worst.
really?
Yep.
Why
He
did you
owes
give it to
man
him?
too, because he didn't want to use it, and I told him about the wonders of sound.
But then, John, he said some shows aren't meant for sound bars. I don't want to watch The Office
What?
with a sound bar. That's
What?
what this
Old-
person said.
Old Three Stooges reruns?
He
Yeah.
wanted to listen to it in that crap sound that comes out of your television.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, if it sounds anything like my headphones right now.
Congrats to him on his engagement.
He's
though.
also worried about falling
Wow.
asleep with it. You know, if the movie is like too immersive, you know, if it's too
He
good,
can't fall asleep.
he loves falling asleep during movies.
Pathetic.
And so he was worried if the sound was too good, then he would be more likely to fall asleep.
Yeah.
What a weird complaint.
That's
That
our
is-
guy.
This is weird.
Mm-hmm.
This is very, very weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I like sound bars.
I
do
love
too.
sound bars.
Yeah. I was watching movies over break with sound bars and surround sound. It was
I don't
great.
know if my actual television speakers, I mean, they were used because when I was setting up the TV to begin with, I was messing with some things.
There has been sound that came out of it at
But-
one point.
But then after that,
Never.
the sound has not been up on the actual television for, this will be this spring will be the 10-year anniversary of my TV.
Whoa, you have a 10-year-old
Wow.
TV?
I do.
Congrats.
That's awesome.
It's a
Sweet.
damn good
Impressive.
TV. I bought it in 2016, the
Oh.
greatest year ever.
Mm.
In time for the Chicago Cubs baseball season.
Wow.
And then the first thing I saw on it was Kyle Schwarber rearranging
Oh, no,
his
he got
knee
hurt.
against the
Wow.
wall in Arizona, but he came back and he
Folks.
started the rally
He
that won the World Series.
Unbelievable. Wow, that's historic. What a television.
It's a great TV. It's been a
If
great
this
TV.
television could talk.
We have a Samsung soundbar and a Samsung TV, and sometimes I'll listen to it. I'm like, this sounds what's going on here? Sometimes the soundbar will just disconnect from the TV, but it's just as simple as going into the settings and re-putting this. For some reason, it just goes to the TV sound.
That's never happened to me.
I don't know why it does that.
That's a tough look, Nick.
I love sound.
I do too.
I watched a movie over break. I watched one in the theater and I watched one at my house.
I didn't know you watched 3 movies.
You went to the theater?
I went to the theater to see
You
the Sydney
famously
Sweeney
not
and her boobs
of movie.
I know. I couldn't believe it when I heard it earlier too.
Yeah.
You famously not of movies.
What was the
Correct.
movie you watched at home?
The new Knives Out movie.
Oh yeah, we did that for Movie
You
Club.
did.
Oh, really? How long's that been out?
Like 2-3 weeks.
Oh, wow. Netflix is trying to convince me that it just came out or
I
something.
mean, it
like
did
that.
like 3 weeks ago.
I watched it. It was too long. These movies are too long.
That's a
They
good-
are very long.
Too long.
They are very, very,
The
very
whole
long.
there was a backstory part, and I was just like, this is unnecessary.
Was that your first Knives Out movie?
No.
Okay.
I watched all 3 of them.
Well, the backstory part was necessary. In fact, I liked
Necessary?
I liked the backstory part.
I can't remember what it was, but like 3/4 of the way through, I'm like, all right, this is dragging. Let's get to the end of it. Speed it up. But that was my one complaint.
And you saw the Sydney Sweeney movie.
And I saw the Sydney Sweeney and her boobs movie.
Did she get naked?
Yes. But that's not why I went.
Why did you go?
I don't know. My wife wanted to see it.
You wanted to see the boobs or the movie?
Well, the movie.
Good question.
Oh,
The movie, I think.
We
I guess
watched
I'm not
Sinners
sure.
again on New Year's Eve. That
Yeah.
was fun.
I watched one battle after another. I watched F1 for Movie Club.
Nice. Sounds great on a sound bar with the subwoofer.
It does. I was like, that's the movie that I watched, and I was like, I'm happy that I have great sound. It's because the noise was coming all over the place.
I watched football games with good sound,
Oh my
including the
gosh.
great sounds of Sean McDonough's voice last night.
he's
Excellent
the best.
work.
He,
He
is
really
the
is.
best.
He's
He
great.
needs
He's
I-
sarcastic. He's good. He's funny.
the Fowler has grown on me a little,
He's definitely not as bad as he used to be.
but
He just likes talking loud.
He does.
well, now McDonough does too when
But he
something
had-
exciting
makes
happens.
sense.
But he
Yes.
does this
That's the
great
thing.
job of going from here and then getting it back down to here.
Yeah.
And there's a slightly endearing quality about when
When his voice cracks.
when his voice cracks.
It's awesome.
Definitely.
But he hits all the right notes, and God, that was such a good game. It made up for all the crap that preceded it.
What a game.
You didn't think the Friday game was, or the Friday? Gosh, see, I'm doing the same thing with
first
Jason.
game.
I did not see it.
Okay, I thought Miami Ohio State was a
It's-
fun football. game.
I'm sure it was great. No, I didn't see
The
it.
first 2 games of I thought
You just enjoyed it because you liked watching Ohio State lose.
true, but it was still, I think, an enjoyable watch.
I'm sure it
as a
probably was.
football
I'm
game.
sure it was.
The Texas Tech Oregon game was trash. Like that was a bad football game.
it
The
was
Rose Bowl I enjoyed.
it was
Rose
good.
Bowl was
It was
enjoyable.
good in the first half. I enjoyed the first half because it was like
Defenses were awesome.
it was like waiting for the dam to break.
Yeah.
The whole game. And then the second half, it was after the strip sack that led to the first touchdown. I was like, okay, this game's over.
it really was.
And then the
But last night was
Alabama.
that was
game.
great.
That was some of the
Honestly,
best
the
stuff I've ever
best
seen.
thing about the Alabama Indiana game was how the producers in the truck just kept leaning in on Siggs. And it's like, we've got to catch his facial expressions
How
over
many
and
funny
smile
over
smiles can
and
he make
over.
with
Will
his
he ever
face?
smile?
Have you guys seen the video of him?
McAfee?
Yes.
We have it.
Oh my God.
So funny.
One of the greatest things I've ever seen.
It is so funny.
I hated this guy like 6 weeks ago, and now I'm like, I can't get enough. Show me all the angles of his face.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, this does not have audio, or does it?
I don't know.
I thought I muted the audio, but
It's
here's
fine. It's not a big deal for.
It's just like,
here's the video. So McAfee is standing on the sidelines, and camera zooms, and Signetti spots him as they're getting ready to come out of the tunnel, and just does the finger point.
so good.
Hit him with the finger gun.
To
Hit-
catch him
So
at that
funny.
exact second is amazing.
It's pretty sure this was all staged, right? Because,
he got
I
his
mean-
attention from across the field.
Right, but I'm pretty sure this had to be staged because of the way it was framed and how the camera zooms in on Signetti before the point.
Oh wow, I didn't even think about that. I just figured.
Not that it's bad. I'm not saying that's
because they were
bad.
just zooming in on the head coach as he was getting ready to come onto the
Yeah,
field.
but how did McAfee get his attention? Like, I don't know how.
See,
he
that's
saw
what
it.
I'm thinking is, I don't know.
They had it discussed
That
beforehand.
They may have discussed it beforehand.
When you come
Siggs
out,
was so
give me a-
confident that they were going to roll the tide that,
Just watch the
that
tape,
they were
man.
like, all right, here's what we're going to do pregame. We're going to, I'm going to do this thing, and I'm going to give you a look, and I'm going to do the,
Oh, there was
Finger
only
point.
one finger, Happer. There wasn't two.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, he's not Matt Rule.
or whatever.
this is the most famous finger point
Gimmick,
since,
that's another gimmick I'd like to delete in 2026.
But you
This-
invented it.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great. It's
The
done
double
now.
finger was you.
Mm.
All right, perfect. It's over.
It's
What?
done.
what's over.
This.
All of Matt Rule's gimmicks I would like to cancel.
It's not over.
No, he's canceling.
Oh,
it.
I
It
mean,
is now
I would love
canceled.
if that were true. But did you notice when they took the trophy or picture with the trophy as close to the trophy as Nebraska was going to get
like at
in
the
front of the
free-
fountains?
Yes, yes.
It was him. It was
all the players. Yeah.
well, not all the players, but I think it was Dane Key and whoever else was
Lateef.
speaking. And they were all doing the double finger point, except one guy was pointing the other direction.
I did see that. I'm out on gimmicks.
Here is where Michael is right about the word gimmick, because
Thank
all
you.
of Matt Rule's Matt
always
Rule's
been right.
gimmicks are bad.
Yeah.
There are good gimmicks. In fact,
Whole question: are there good gimmicks?
yes, of
Yeah.
course there are.
100% pretzel bun, great gimmick.
You guys
That's
do-
not a gimmick.
Yes,
Yes, it is.
It's just
a pretzel
bread.
bun is a gimmick.
It's just bread.
Yes.
A
No,
pretzel
it's
bun
a
is a
gimmick. It's a gimmick to get you to buy something, and
Right.
it's well,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not even a pretzel bun guy, but it's just bread.
But
It's
for
not
well,
shit.
Matt
But
Rule,
it's a gimmick
Matt
bread.
Rule wearing a hat is just a guy wearing a hat.
Okay, Josh,
using that
no,
definition.
it's not. It's just
Buffalo
a
chicken
pizza.
pizza is a
A
gimmick.
ham and cheese sandwich, sure, that's a sandwich. A ham and cheese sandwich on a pretzel bun, that's marketing.
That's a gimmick.
Yeah.
That's what gimmicks are.
Everything is a gimmick. Then our
Well,
show is a gimmick.
Well, yeah,
There
but you
are-
guys have great bits. You know,
See, but bits are good.
Bits-
Bits are good.
So are
gimmick-
gimmicks.
Gimmick. There is such a negative connotation with gimmick. It's
Only,
so obvious.
only in your deluded,
Not all
weird,
gimmicks are
cowboy-brained mind.
Doesn't Michael agree with me?
And
I think everybody
I-
agrees except for you
No.
three
Well,
yahoos.
with the
No, it
football-
You got
doesn't.
Nick on your side.
You don't want
Congratulations.
gimmicks. You don't want
Can't
gimmicks.
keep using me
He's
as an
just gonna
insult.
play chess all day long
As
and not
Mc-
make
Coaches-
thumbnails.
As
Gimmicks.
McMaster just
I
said,
didn't play chess.
That's not true.
You did play chess. this
Thank
morning.
you.
I
If
saw
people
it.
saw you play chess,
I
you
saw it.
liar.
yeah, that's Nick's gimmick when he does the remote with us at the
Exactly.
pregame show. That's his gimmick. It's not bad. It's just
No,
his
it is
gimmick.
bad, John. We
No,
don't
it's
like
not.
it.
It's kind of funny.
Two things. What you saw me do this morning was a puzzle, so yes, sure. I was playing chess,
I
but it
saw a
wasn't like
chessboard.
I wasn't playing against somebody, it was just a puzzle. It's a daily
I never
puzzle.
said
Who
you're
you
playing.
playing
Yeah, you're
is
playing
chess.
chess.
Fine. But I only did it this morning. I wasn't just doing that all day. I was working on things.
That's good.
Good.
I figured you would.
Just want that out there.
I
wasn't
know that
just
you're
playing
doing your
chess
job.
all
I'm
day.
just making Nick.
I know you know.
We're
but other
busting
people-
balls.
Other people might not know.
Nobody's listening. Don't worry.
What did young Matt say?
Matt just, reminding me that the Undertaker.
Master?
Yeah, greatest gimmick of all time. The Undertaker. That's a gimmick.
I
Is
do
it a
like
bit?
the Undertaker.
No, it's not a bit. It's his gimmick.
Great question.
Oh, what's the difference between a bit and a gimmick?
I mean, honestly, you could probably say they're kind of interchangeable.
So
Bits are
can
gimmicks.
pretzel bun be a bit, Josh? Would that
Yes.
make you happy?
No, see, I just think, and I'm not a pretzel bun guy. I just think that they're a different type of bread.
No, maybe like a gimmick is the like a gimmick is the pretzel bun. A bit is you only eating sandwiches with pretzel buns.
There we go.
Oh,
See,
there
but
you go.
I think
That's
a
good.
gimmick is like the Whopper bun that made our poop weird. That was a gimmick.
Well, yeah,
Remember
but so is the pretzel bun, because the pretzel bun is not
It's not a conventional bread that
Right.
people would use for a sandwich.
correct.
That's a gimmick.
It's a gimmick.
Taking something
Ropes on hats.
A great thing is what they're just great.
A great gimmick.
Kind
It's
of
not a gimmick.
Kind of a
No,
gimmick.
it is a
John
gimmick.
hating them a bit.
John is fired up today.
I hate the damn.
I feel like your whole
Okay.
tone is like, I'm ready to fight somebody.
Ah!
Well, yeah, you're a
See, look at
moron.
him, see?
You're a goddamn moron.
I thought we were going to start the year in like incredible moves, and John is just ready to yell and fight everything.
No, I'm
This is
not.
good John. We have good John right
He is,
Yeah.
yeah, he's a happy fighter today, but he's
You're
still in
fine.
a fighter mood. Like, saw Alyssa, and she was
Well,
like, oh, nice hat.
Josh-
This is what he did.
Josh, I missed you. I missed not being able to hear your bad takes and me drilling them into the ground.
Bad takes.
All of your bad
I
takes.
feel like I've had pretty good takes.
Just say that
In
they're a
relation to the
bit.
college football playoff, I feel pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel very smart. With
Like-
a lot of the results that have happened, I'm feeling pretty good. about.
Too bad nobody's seen him because your Twitter's gone.
No, it's back.
But
It's
The
nobody
new
follows
one.
Posh
The
Jeterson.
new one is here, Happer.
you. Nobody follows.
It's there.
It's the new Coke of Twitter accounts.
Exactly.
It is the new Coke of Twitter accounts. I can't
Damn
wait. I can't wait for Josh to bring back his original account under Josh Tweederson Classic.
Oh,
Can I?
you probably could.
I've tried to get it unbanned, and they keep saying we're not unbanning you.
But Josh, that would be a gimmick.
To bring it back?
The Josh Tweederson classic.
Oh, I won't do that. Don't worry. No gimmicks for me.
Well,
It'd be a
why
bit.
not?
I like bits. I don't like gimmicks.
You're so weird. Gimmicks can be good.
Gimmicks can be
Not
good.
in my world. Anyway, this. How did this start? Were we talking about Matt
You're
Rule?
talking about Matt Rule and the double
And his
finger point and
stupid
the hat.
A gimmick feels like more of a one-off. You know, like a gimmick is when we called the Platte City QT.
That was great.
That was a gimmick.
No, that's a
wasn't-
bit.
That was
No,
a bit.
That is a
I think That was
bit.
a gimmick. It was a one-off.
No,
A-
gimmicks are not
Yeah, Tony's
one-offs.
fired up.
A bit.
Gimmicks are not one-offs.
But
A gimmick is a
Matt
gimmick.
Rule is doing all these weird one-off things. He's doing
Well, the double finger point's not one-off. He's been
That's
doing
not-
that for 2
that's
years.
a bit. That's a bit. The gimmick is the backwards hat.
So bad.
That's Matt.
That's a gimmick. That is stupid.
It's just Matt.
That's what it
That's not
is.
Matt Rule. That's Matt. He's his own separate
I called
entity.
2 timeouts with 20 seconds left in a 22-point game. What a great
Man,
idea.
I'll tell you, the best decision I made was
It really was starting the show
when
way earlier.
I got, well, it was done partially to self-preservation because the wife was not happy about the idea that we might not leave the house until after 8:00
Big New Year's Eve guy.
for the big New Year's Eve thing.
Went out again.
That's crazy.
Again,
Yeah.
that's all my wife's doing, not me.
I'm just saying, John.
That's
you're a
her
party
bit.
animal.
That's her
Oh.
bit.
John's going out on the town,
Mhm.
2 years in a row.
I wouldn't call it
getting
that.
that zoot suit ready.
But yeah, starting that show early.
Great call.
I didn't know that this was allowed.
I
Can
didn't
we
either.
start doing this in the future?
One of the best calls I've ever seen. I mean,
Why-
there was 9 minutes
Well,
left in the
at
game.
least-
When
These are
Nebraska's down by a lot of points, we should start doing this in future shows.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah,
if you
okay.
want to.
I just didn't know it was possible. I thought Stacey had told us in the past, you're not allowed to do this.
I do have a complaint as the director of video.
Yeah. What's it going
The
to be?
final
this time?
score was wrong on the thing, on the broadcast,
On whose broadcast?
on ours. The
No,
final
he
score was
changed it.
wrong. Oh, did he?
Yeah, he
Okay.
changed.
I saw the beginning. That was
Well,
obviously
that's what the
before
score
game
was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they
It
started.
changed.
Yeah.
It changed.
Yeah, because young Jake didn't see that Nebraska went for 2 and got it.
Hmm.
In fact, I missed the touchdown and the going for the 2. I just looked up and go, oh, look, Nebraska scored.
That made me laugh very hard.
You did miss having.
I mean, the damn TV, and basically the proximity from where I sit at home is just like Josh to that TV. I mean, it's just boom. I just turn my head, it's right there. And I totally spaced it off.
So did you guys have any reaction to the taking of the timeouts? The taking of the timeouts?
No,
The taking of the timeouts bothered
no,
me.
once we got into the flow of it, all I did was occasionally say, yeah, Nebraska's got the ball with 3 minutes to go.
So do you know about the timeouts? Did you see this?
Oh, yeah. No,
Okay.
I was aware.
Okay.
And that's the reason why I said I'm so glad we started early, because I would have been so triggered
It's excruciating.
if I would have been sitting there in the standby position waiting for the show to start, looking
Because
up
they're
and
taking dumb
because they're
timeouts.
taking the dumb timeout.
Oh.
Where does that put us on our final Matt Rule timeout?
I
thing
mean,
for the season?
actually, I think they took all of them, didn't they?
In the bowl game? They definitely took all of them in the second half.
Yeah, but were we weren't
we
counting
weren't
the bowl
counting
game.
oh, we weren't counting the bowl.
Yeah, I think they used another 5 at least on Wednesday.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad.
No. I do think we did count the
Did we?
24 because it was after the USC game, and after USC they had 3 regular season games left and the bowl game, so they had a possibility of 24 total timeouts. So we did take into account the bowl game when we predicted it all.
Wow.
Because remember, it was after the USC debacle, and that was the
We'll have to go back and
9th
count.
That was the 9th game of the season.
We'll have to go back and time.
Yeah, because you stopped keeping track with your awesome timeout
the
tracker.
timeout tracker. I was not near my computer during the game,
Now you did have the other graphic though.
but I did have the good and the bad.
See, if you would have
timeouts.
treated the timeout tracker like a gimmick, it would have been permanent and forever. But
That's true.
Bad timeout.
Chance in the chat explains the difference between a gimmick and a bit.
Okay.
Dylan's gimmick is pretending to be Mahomes. His bit is taking sacks.
That's pretty good, Chance.
Thank you, Chance.
That's pretty good.
That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Oh goodness.
Can't wait to see what happens with that guy. You see, he entered the portal today.
He entered the portal, but does he have any suitors?
Well, his camp,
Oh, I'm sure they're trying to make
They're-
him believe he has suitors.
they're saying Oregon is where he wants to go.
Yeah.
Which, you know what? I would like to work and make ESPN salary money.
But they're a
If you just wish cast it, maybe you can get it.
They're a Nike school.
And then somebody got everyone's dander up today by saying
Oh, no.
he's interested in Iowa or something like that, or I was
Oh, that'd
interested
be
in
awesome.
just to troll everybody.
That'd be great. I'm
I
sure
want
Iowa
this.
would
I
love
want
that.
this to happen
What, him going,
to Iowa.
he can't, or a Nike school.
No,
He's
he
not
could-
allowed.
But do we know that for a fact?
No,
Because
we do not. He could go to Eddie's.
I mean, for a fact, do we know that? No. Have I been told that that's a large part of this? Yes.
I mean, it could be a
'Cause he
large part. Of
signed a
it.
multi-year contract
Sure.
with Adidas.
But
And I
as
don't
we
think-
know, contracts don't mean anything anymore.
Well, with him, I don't think he could get as much from anybody else in terms of Nike money.
oh yeah, he'd have to take a bath.
He'd have to take a large pay cut.
Well, maybe he wants to follow in the footsteps of
Of-
Nico.
Never heard that as taking a bath.
Maybe. Well,
Taking a
no, he
bath.
went Adidas to Adidas though.
No.
Oh, he
I'm
did
just
take
saying.
a big bath.
I'm just
yes.
saying taking the
Oh,
bath.
he took a large bath.
Maybe Dylan is a little stinky and needs a bath.
Oh.
He does need a bath.
Yeah.
Maybe one of his girlfriends said, "Hey, you could use a bath."
Just gotta, eat it.
Yeah.
He's not going to Oregon.
He's absolutely not going to
Dear
Oregon.
God.
Why would they want him?
Dear God.
No.
Maybe they do.
No.
I think Iowa should definitely take them though.
I would love it.
For us,
Yes.
for content, that would be the best thing that could ever happen.
It'd be awesome.
Now, when he beats Nebraska, that will be whoa.
That would be the worst
way
thing.
depressing.
Yeah.
Dylan Raiola leads a comeback
That'd be a
win
horrible bit.
where he scrambles for a first down and then throws a game-winning touchdown. That would be bad.
What would your guys' thoughts be if Dylan went anywhere else and he's actually incredible and lived up to the 5-star thing and he just sucked at Nebraska?
Well, then I think we'll know who to blame.
Mhm.
And it's someone who
Mr.
doesn't
Pitt.
get a whole lot of criticism.
Matt Rule?
Olgo?
I was
Oh,
thinking.
you talking about
I-
Glenn?
I'm talking about Glenn.
Nobody ever says Glenn's name.
I never talk
No
about
one ever
Glenn.
talks about Glenn. He is the one constant.
You want to say to fire him?
No, but
But should they?
We're watching.
I do
Glenn.
wonder.
Mike Schaefer says they should fire Dana Holgerson.
Holgo?
The very one.
Oh, no.
It is
I
fascinating.
mean, he is
'Cause
Holgo the no-go.
He's got a great resume, but he is sucked here.
He's been pretty bad.
Yeah.
He bought him.
Yeah.
It's bad. I
I
did hear the crossover during the break where you guys heard about that for the first time. It was the Scott Frost, yeah, a
That's awesome.
few days ago. Great times.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I heard a few of the best of crossovers. Got to live those situations out again. They were great.
Nick, was I wrong in thinking that they bounced around in terms of months?
Only the last day.
Okay,
Only
because
yesterday.
I opened up yesterday's and I was like, just kind of fast forward to see like various things we talked about, and it was like way early in the year.
Oh, I
Yeah.
only listened on the radio.
Friday, because by then I had realized I needed to fill more time, and I had that was cutting room floor stuff.
Oh, exciting! I thought it was pretty good. What I saw.
Mm.
Yeah, so Friday was kind of like a microcosm of the year.
Yeah, I saw a little bit here and there. Good.
People liked it. I popped in on the videos every day.
It's a great thing.
We love
It's
it.
a great bit
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
It might have been a
that
gift.
we will bring back for as long as there is radio.
Absolutely.
As long as there is radio.
Mm-hmm.
Radio.
Stib
Well-
says, I watched every YouTube video of them, enjoyed them thoroughly. Thank you, Nick.
Oh, thank you, Stu.
Way to go, Nick.
Good job, Nick.
No, way to go us for actually
The
doing
content.
the content.
We did do the content.
Thanks, Stibbs.
Good job, us, for doing the content.
Doing the content.
I'm proud of us.
We make the content.
Also, you'll all be happy to know that when Happer had his slip up about the Vietnamese
Oh,
restaurant.
yeah, I saw some tweets about
Oh
this.
yeah,
I
Fo.
didn't edit it on the video,
King.
but I edited it on the radio.
Oh, that's awesome.
That was my gift to
I
all
did
of
hear
you.
some bleeps. I was a little appalled.
Wait, there were some bleeps.
I had to bleep some of the things on the radio.
Like
Yeah,
what?
But why? We
there
already
were-
said it on the radio.
There were reports of you bleeping things that didn't need to be bleeped.
Yeah, give me
There
an
was one-
example.
there was one point where I
You have
couldn't
an example?
tell
I
what
think it
was
might-
actually being said.
It might have been in one of my group chats. I will scroll and I will see if I can find.
The group chats are weighing in. Now you're in
the
trouble,
group chats
Nick.
were talking, Nick. What are some of the words that you bleeped?
It was definitely not a cuss word. It was something other than a cuss word that Nick apparently bleeped.
Was it
The
something-
D word John likes to say a lot. I
something-
use that
Douchebag?
one. No.
Dick?
Something sexual?
Dingleberry?
Dingleberry?
What he likes to call Bilbo Baggins.
Oh, dildo?
Oh, dildo.
Because you said it a lot.
Bleep.
But it's fine. It's an object.
How would
Okay.
Nick
I mean,
have
we
done-
talked about Steely Dan. That's the one I
That
listened. We
was
listened to
probably
the
what it
Steely
was,
Dan.
yeah.
How would Nick have handled the time that Jed did the poetry that said taint 100 times in the song? I don't think Nick would have liked that very much.
I probably would have let a few through.
Interesting. So what you will
Get him a little
You-
taste.
so if John said dildo like 20 times, you would bleep a few of them, but not all of them?
No, if he did it 20 times, I'd bleep all but one.
Dildo,
Oh,
dildo,
but
dildo,
why?
dildo,
But why?
dildo.
But why?
'Cause that many is too many.
Dildo.
Is it really?
Dildo.
I mean, but then what words are we allowed to say more than 10 times, Nick?
I don't know. Not that one.
Also, what gives you the right to decide what words aren't? You're not the director of audio.
I'm not.
It's not your dildo to tell.
It is not.
But I have
Let's
the
get
power
the
to do
director
it,
of
so I did
audio
it.
in here and see what he thinks about the word dildo.
I do remember I had a conversation with the director of audio after that crossover. He's like, yeah, it was probably a bit too much.
Josh, you softy.
God dang it.
Man,
One or two is okay, but that was a lot.
it's not a profane word. It's just a thing.
It's a thing.
That'd be like getting mad at the word toaster.
Here's the thing. It already happened
Yeah.
on the radio.
Can you say condom 100 times?
Ooh, good one.
Or rubber.
It's interesting because it would seem that Nick doesn't like dildo because of its association maybe with, I mean, men can use them too, but
Yeah,
is it
men can use them too, Josh.
Yeah. Okay, but why are you okay
dear
with condom?
God.
I don't
What
know
about-
if I am okay with condom.
What about double shafted vibro shank?
What about that?
Fine.
some more,
I
John.
guess
I'm
that's
just
fine.
asking.
No, do whatever.
I just want to know where the
No,
limits are.
you
We
guys
need
have worn
to
me down.
know
I
what
don't
the
care
line
anymore.
is.
There's no line anymore. Say what you want.
You're allowed to say words.
Say what you want. I don't care.
We say words. We say the best.
It already
words.
happened. You
Nick,
know?
have you made a
can't take it
thumbnail
back.
yet for the show today?
Sorta.
Can you put a giant dildo on it?
Put the murder baton on there.
Nick, put a dildo with a backwards hat.
Mm.
That would be
Oh.
pretty funny. Pepper, I forget.
Oh dear God!
Have you watched Detroiters? I've been wanting to talk about Detroiters with people, and I can't
No.
remember.
No,
Okay, because
What exactly is a Detroiter?
Tim Robinson.
it's a Tim Robinson show.
Oh yes, I think you've said this.
Yes.
before.
So there is gosh dang it. Okay. So there is a bit
not a gimmick.
that
Not a gimmick.
there's on the show, there's this newscast, and this guy, Mort Krim, does.
Oh my God, that is a great name.
It is an incredible name. And so he does he does the chump of the week. And so I made a graphic and I only sent it to the group chat because I just decided I didn't
Oh,
want it. But I almost tweeted it out with the photo of a certain head coach.
This
with
is
him.
like when people are calling everyone the bozo of the week.
Correct. But
Oh, that's
it's like
good.
this running gag. Ooh, a gag. We didn't talk about gag.
Oh,
in the-
gags and-
gag.
But it's a
Yeah.
running gag on the show, and how the city of Detroit gets so excited to see once a week who the chump of the week. And so
I'm gonna be more Grimm's chump of the week.
I was very much thinking about.
I
that.
watched the first episode of The Chair Company.
Yeah,
over
what
the
did you
break.
think?
Not what I thought it was about. Because like
What did you think it was about?
Well,
I
it
thought
kinda
it was
is what
about-
it's about.
I thought it was about him working at a chair company, like
Oh,
a
no.
literal chair company, and then it gets deeper into it. I'm like,
Nope.
oh,
Nope, it's even better.
it is.
He
You
looks
looked up my
into the
skirt
chair
on my
company.
birthday.
on my birthday.
It's insane.
Are you gonna keep watching it?
Yeah, I think so. I just need
Oh,
to get
that's
the time to.
That's tepid. That was a tepid.
It is a
yeah.
little tepid.
Did you finish Mad Men?
Yes.
Nice, great show.
I mean, you guys saw the
Drink,
DM that I sent you.
drink Coca-Cola.
Damn, what did you say?
I mean, there was a lot of DMs.
When what's his face cut off his nipple and gave it to Peggy.
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
What do you know about that?
I don't know anything
It's
about that.
amazing. You can say nipple,
Yeah, that's
you can say nipple.
but
sort
you
of a
can't show
questionable word.
nipples.
I
You
have
can show men
Greg.
nipples.
Can you milk me?
We did that for Movie Club.
We did.
We did.
What a movie.
Mm-hmm.
We did.
Otson, there's a new Marvel movie that people are saying is nuts.
He doesn't even say movie. It's just there's a new Marvel.
There's a new Marvel. There's
Uh-huh.
a new Marvel. People are saying it's nuts.
I love that movie.
Doug in Idaho, 2 days into 2026, and we've heard dildo and gag on our favorite sports talk show.
Interesting.
Happy New Year.
Oh, happy
Oh.
New Year.
Have we started off a literal Happy New Year with a Happy
New
New
Year?
Year?
Oh, day one.
Wow. 1 year from now, when people
Well,
hear this
well,
again and they
wasn't-
hear us
wasn't-
talking about Matt Rule,
But Nick will have to he'll have to bleep so much. from
no, he
this.
said we wore him down.
Yep, do whatever.
No
Condom,
bleeps.
dildo,
So
nipple.
you can guarantee me that this will be heard unedited
Yep.
next year.
the unabridged version.
All right.
No, this
put
year.
it in. Yeah, put it. Yeah. and
Love it.
This will
Love it,
be how
love it,
we
love it.
start the best of.
Yes, right here.
Christmas is on a Friday this year, so this will air on the following Monday, Monday the 28th.
Well, we'll probably have to work that day.
Monday the 28th?
Don't you think?
No, it's when we take the week off between Christmas and New Year.
I don't know, man. I think one of these years it's going to happen where the holidays are just at the wrong days, and we don't
No.
get any days off.
Okay, no, I will put in
That
my.
sounds
I'm going to
ridiculous.
put in my time off right now.
Okay. All right.
Our bosses are great bosses
They are.
who say enjoy your time off.
They do.
Yeah.
Enjoy your
that
time
happened.
off.
That happened this year.
They did. We had a great time.
No, it was good. It was good to refresh, recharge.
Joseph writes, Nick, did you see this? Did someone mention the
Yep.
year is wrong on the YouTube title?
It
Wow,
sure
Nick
is.
was ripping on the producer for overreaction, and meanwhile it says 1-2-25.
I'll have to
Oh,
fix
we're
that
going back in
post.
time.
I'll fix it in post.
Nice. You can
It's the
fix it
s-
right now.
It's the second day of a new year.
I'll fix it right now. Look at this.
It's hard. Sometimes it takes me a minute to realize what year it is when I
Mm.
write the date.
Perfect.
It is indeed 2026.
Yes.
Did you ever think you'd live to see 2026?
No,
Seems like it's so far in the future, but it's now.
it is now.
You didn't think you'd live to see 2026?
I don't know. Just
Well,
like,
you got to
feel like-
remember, we grew up, when the Russians,
Y2K,
when the Russians
the
still
nukes.
had nukes and they were still communists, and
Like, John, if I
um,
were to tell you,
we
like,
thought there'd be like bombs and stuff falling.
this is the way things are going to be in 2026. If I would have told you that in 1982,
I would have been so
you would
mad
have been like,
because again,
2026.
I'm looking outside, all the cars still grounded.
Seriously,
No
would've-
flying
would've
cars.
definitely thought
Very
they were
upset.
flying.
Headley, great. This is pre-recorded. Yeah, look at what you did, Nick. Now people think that this is from last year.
Yacht Rock 1180 didn't exist last year.
This is not from last year.
That was
Nebraska
my-
got
that was
skunked
my
in the bowl
reasoning
game.
for telling people that it was
And Matt
the-
Rule was wearing his hat backwards. At least he didn't have the damn hat on in the press conference. But I guarantee you,
If they would have won.
if they would have won, the hat would have been on in the press conference.
So what do we think?
I'm glad we're noting this, by the way, for time, because
Yeah.
when we play this again in a year, and we'll say, "Whoa, we were mad about."
And this
that."
will sound so good when we
Yeah.
get to next year's best of crossovers, when the new gimmick for Matt Rule is he's just wearing a feathered headdress
I was going to say, what is next?
and wearing that backwards.
That was what we were trying to figure out today. What's his next bit? We were
'cause-
coming up with the wheel of bits.
Because we're close to the end of this crossover now, so we don't.
Or is
have
it the
to-
wheel of gimmicks?
Or
See,
the wheel of
good
gimmicks.
question. So you have, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing anything. So the first one was all the emojis that he did on Twitter.
Yes.
That was his first gimmick. Then Chasing Three
Chasing Three.
was the next one. This summer he had the bull or the calf, whatever kind of animal
bull,
it was.
yes.
Bull.
Taking pictures with the bull.
And then
I always called it a cow, and people got mad at me.
The
That was
latest-
my bit.
the latest one was the backwards hat.
See, and I thought for sure that this, not the without or instead of the backwards hat, it was going to be him leading way too hard into accountability. Like, I messed up. It was my fault. I'm going to work harder.
I would
But he went the opposite way and more silly.
He did go very silly.
call the podcast a bit.
Absolutely. That's another one. Good call.
How much longer do we think put it on the
It's
list?
got to be over.
Matt Rule's House Rules does not exist by the end of this year.
Oh God, no.
Whoa.
Matt Rule.
that's
House
gotta be
rules doesn't
making-
exist by the start of the
That
season.
probably makes a lot of money, though.
The man's got a $70 million buyout.
I know.
He doesn't need any
He
more
makes
damn
$10
money.
million bucks a year, Josh.
Okay.
What was the last episode of House Rules?
I don't know.
Ooh, good question.
And when did he record it? What are you saying? House Rules is done by the end of this year?
Yes.
And you agreed?
The House
do
Rules
agree.
podcast.
I agree. Yeah. Or there will never be an announcement. It'll just be.
It'll just
won't-
go
Like how
away.
Chasing
Go
3
away.
just kind of disappeared.
Just disappear.
Um.
I'm saying definitely by like the start of the season.
Okay, so on the videos, season 1 finale was 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so he's due for a new episode.
Mm.
Sponsors are going to get a little bit weary.
Where does it say how many episodes there's been? Yes, I don't need a Baker's commercial.
What are you wondering?
Where?
He's trying to find out how many episodes. there
How many
have been.
episodes have there been? Is there a quick?
the House Rules.
Well, I was just on that. It says 139 videos, but he hasn't done that
Holy
many. Well, he hasn't
my
done that many.
God, are you
Oh,
sure?
he's got
Well,
some
there might,
breakouts.
but it might be the breakouts.
Oh,
You know about breakouts, Nick?
yeah.
We do breakouts here on 1620 The Zone. Here, I'll go to
I bet it's been probably 15 or 20.
I'll go to the podcast feed.
Well, okay, here. Oh wait, House Rules 51. What?
Holy crap!
House
really?
Rules
No,
139.
17. Those are, John, I saw that too. It's like, those are rules. Like literally like,
Oh,
rule
like there are
number.
rules.
Oh my
Those
God!
are
It's a
big- it's like a
gimmick.
bit.
It's a gimmick within a bit.
Isn't that a hat on top of a hat?
It's a hat on a hat.
backwards.
They've done 17
It's a backwards hat on a
Hey, I
backwards
nailed
hat.
it. 15, 20.
Remember
There you
that
go.
bonus episode? A special. Matt Rule talks about his contract extension with Nebraska.
You should have done
Whoa.
a special podcast.
I think you
When did he record that one?
Nobody knows, Nick.
Hmm.
Nobody knows. It was Wednesday, October. Let's see, Halloween was Friday, 29th.
Nice.
That's when he recorded it.
Yeah, but Josh,
Allegedly.
the news didn't come out until
I know. Isn't that
Thursday.
amazing? Isn't that amazing?
Well, if you look at the contract, that'll tell you the exact date, right?
The contract is blacked out.
What?
Pretty
You shouldn't go
interesting.
messing around with people's news like that, Josh.
Not my story. Not my story to tell.
I'd say you
Not my
bleeped him.
story to tell.
You bleeped him.
I dildoed him. Doug, Idaho, was there a Christmas pardon for JP? No. No pardon. That's it. I haven't applied for a credential. So we'll see.
Well,
what
yeah,
happens.
there's no credentials to apply for.
Not for 8 months.
No, Husker baseball starts soon.
People will be over
I
it
don't
by
think he
then,
cares
right?
about that.
I'm fine with no Husker football credentials
you know
to
what?
apply for 8 months.
I am too.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Football is canceled.
Chance says Joshy Scoops is back in 2026. I was trying to confirm the mean Chief stuff earlier today, but I was unable to, sadly. So I'll just say it seems like it's going to be Minchie. Grumble. I don't know.
Cool.
Yep.
What was that noise?
That's the grumble.
That's
Those
the
are
grumballs.
grumballs.
Oh.
Listen to all those wrong grumballs hitting the ground.
Yeah, you've missed a couple, Josh.
Yeah, I missed the Elijah Robinson one.
Ouch.
Still in the 80% range, though. That's what we care about. That's a good grade.
Now you're gonna be like the crystal ball guys, and like once you get them wrong, you just take them down. It's like say they never happened.
I just admitted to my failure, so absolutely not.
Okay.
I would never do
the
that.
record stays.
I would never do that.
Well, we actually do have a scoreboard for the grumballs. We post them now on our electronic message board.
Oh yeah.
As you can see, it's dark.
By the way,
Did you see the Crossroads board kind of works again?
no.
Oh,
They-
really? They fixed the lights?
Are you sure? Because I thought I just saw a tweet that had all these missing lights, and it says, I
Okay.
think it says Happy New Year.
That's correct, but it's on. There are lights that are on there that are on.
Yes, but
Yeah,
there
it's
are
an
more that
improvement.
are off so that you can't read what the words say.
Yes, but John, it's been gone.
Has it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, was
there
it?
hasn't been a
I thought
message
it's been
displayed
on for a
there
while.
for years.
I don't
Really?
think that's right.
Yeah, I could swear.
Did you just Nick fact us?
Yeah,
Possibly.
I could swear that because I rarely go down to 72nd when I go home, but when I do, I mean, obviously that's kind of the landmark. And I swear that thing's been working.
That's the way I go home. And granted,
That's
I
the
haven't
way I go
noticed it
home. Why you guys
recently,
trying to
but
tell
it
me
hasn't
that
been
it's not the way I
multiple.
go home?
I don't think it's been years.
All right, if someone's at the corner of 72nd and Dodge right now, tell us if the thing's on.
Well,
Mr.
right now, it
Crossroads.
works. It has a little. It has like 7 out of the 250 light bulbs work.
Why is Beringer fan so triggered?
I don't
Wrap
know.
up the crossover?
He also hates the yacht rock thing.
Well, that's a different station.
Yeah, I know.
Call the station and tell them that. Why are you
Okay.
mad at
He
us?
called it a poser genre. He's like, it's not a real genre. It's
Oh my
a poser
gosh.
thing.
Beringer fan,
It's a
you are
weird take
so
to have.
weird.
Yeah.
Go yell at their YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Take it up with Captain Crash.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Seriously.
Also, by the way, Mr. Bones, his arm is on our mailbox.
Okay, I was wondering. I was going to
Yeah.
ask, is it blew off the roof?
I guess. I don't
I'm
know.
stunned
Did
that Mr. Bones is still up
Did
there.
it cause a 5-car pileup on Dodge Street?
That would have been funny. We should have bleeped it.
Should have.
believed
Oh, yeah. Before that, we go to break. We did get a text from Ryan in Delaware. Poll question: is Nick a 107-year-old prude?
107. Damn.
it. Yeah.
You are.
This is the zone, Nick.
You guys are showing
You
too
should
much
see the
neck.
stuff we used to say on this station. The word dildo is tame. Bring back Kevin and Michael. A mature show, though.
A mature show that only talked about sports.
Yep.
And you want to bring back the babe of the day?
I didn't say that. I just
Sydney
said
Sweeney. She wins.
congratulations, Sydney.
She made quite the impression on you in this movie, apparently.
Well, she's such a horrible actress.
Is she?
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
I think she made a
I
couple
honestly don't
impressions
know
on
if I've
Hammer.
ever seen her in anything.
Oh, yeah, because you'd never watched White Lotus, correct?
Is that what she's most famous for?
No, she's most famous, well, for her boobs. But I think
Mm.
second most famous would be the show about the high school kids who
Yeah,
do drugs,
with
right?
Zendaya.
Yeah.
The high school kids that do drugs? Which one?
Well, this one they do like
Euphoria.
hardcore
Eu-
drugs.
Euphoria.
oh,
Yeah, Zendaya's a drug dealer, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've never watched that show
I've seen the first couple.
Me neither. I
episodes.
never seen Sydney Sweeney in anything.
Really?
Until that movie.
until the movie.
I had never heard
that
of her
jeans
until the
commercial.
whole jeans thing
Yeah,
flap went up.
jeans.
And I was like, I don't even know who this person is.
She has great genes.
I remember the commercial.
And boobs.
They should have included that.
Then it would have been controversial.
And maybe she has a dildo.
Maybe.
Well, okay.
Happy New
Well,
Year!
maybe.
Maybe you never know.
Or maybe
I
not.
don't know. People are probably thinking about
Maybe
it
it's
now.
a double shafted vibro shank.
Bring back Kevin and Michael.
Bring him back.
All right, Beringer fan, the crossover is done.
Oh, man.
Powered by the referees. No, that's the lineup. See, I'm like Nick. I'm off my
Am I
game.
the only one who knows
That
what to do
ever-
here?
Yes.
Hardly, but go ahead.
What? Crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. The program starts next on 1620 The Zone.
And 1019 The Keg.
Your Omaha area forecast from
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Ooh-wee.
Can you believe the work week is almost over, John?
It's crazy,
We've
isn't it?
made
It's
it to the end.
Just flown right on by.
What a
Mhm.
good week of shows, guys.
It's been awesome.
Yeah, I don't know so much about Wednesday.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Oh my goodness gracious sakes alive. It's a little odd to be back. But it's good to be back.
It
With
is
all
great.
of y'all.
I missed you guys.
Did you?
Yeah. Nobody
Wow.
was making fun of me for that entire week and a half.
And then the crossover started.
It just
It's like old times.
Mhm.
rolled in like the waves on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
But we are here for 2026. And we're set to go with a whole brand new year here on the program.
The off season's officially here. It's time for off season content.
You know what's funny though?
What? For you, you've already been off season?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The off season started after the Iowa game.
Which is funny because you had to do overreaction. You've got to do overreaction.
Yeah, but that
And I enjoyed it.
we spent 95% of the time talking about
Yeah.
what was coming up.
And
Or-
maybe the drunkest caller in the history of the show.
I didn't get a chance to hear that.
That was late in the
It was
show,
very
if I remember
late.
right.
Very,
and
very late.
that guy hopped on, and I immediately thought, I went through my Rolodex of drunkest I've heard. That guy was up there.
Why are you getting that drunk for a bowl game? Well,
It's New Year's Eve.
Well, that's
Yeah,
I
but
forgot it was
it's
New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve at like 7:00.
Yeah, it's a little early.
I mean, the damn New Year's not for another. He must have been one of those people.
Celebrating the Atlantic Ocean.
He must have been one of those people.
Maybe he's Australian.
Mm.
Maybe he's related to Archie.
So we did the whole New Year's Eve party thing. You know, went out with some friends.
Party
And-
painted the town red.
And listen, it was a fine event. A friend of ours who plays in a band did all the music, and the music was great. Except my wife still gets triggered. Have I talked about this on the air? My wife
Journey?
does not. No, she loves Journey.
But
She does not like songs that appear in television shows or movies,
Wait, what does that mean?
like the song "Footloose" by Kenny Loggins.
So she doesn't like songs that are written for.
So she
movies.
just
Yeah.
really she just hates Kenny Loggins.
Wait, so what's the Paul McCartney Jet song that's in a Bond movie? She's out on that song? That's a good song.
Yeah.
What about Skyfall by Adele?
It's an
Yeah.
incredible song.
Yeah,
Wow, that's wild. Wait,
See-
what about the Caddyshack song or
Yeah.
the Christmas Vacation song?
yeah.
The world
What?
is not
Yeah.
enough from garbage.
What?
I don't know what that is, but yeah,
Also James Bond.
Yeah. The world is not enough.
yeah,
That's it, right?
absolutely.
No.
So it's weird anyway. But
It's specific.
That's pretty crazy.
But
What
I'm
if it's
thinking,
in a-
I'm thinking this drunk caller was one of those people. So this is the second year in a row we did this thing, and like at midnight, you know, they do the whole
Get
Ol-
over here, babe. I'm a smooch you.
the old lang syne and a balloon drop, right?
Sure.
Just
know how
a
New
single
Year's works.
balloon.
They did 2 balloon drops.
2 balloons.
They
Whoa.
did no. They did
Oh.
2 different drops of balloons.
99 Luft
One
balloons.
at 11 and
Oh.
one at 12
Celebrating the East Coast.
because enough old people complained.
Oh, but it's not Happy New Year.
Exactly.
It's happy 11 p.m.
Yes.
Just don't go out if you're if you're
Yes.
not tired. That's weird.
So okay, I'm glad you brought
And
that
my
up.
wife was so triggered. She was just like, this is so dumb. And I was like, fine, whatever. Because if anything, it cleared more people out of the way,
Mhm.
you know.
More room for dancing.
There's more room just to, you know, scoot your chair back and stuff.
Dance.
And it took all the old people out, but it was like, geez.
No more Charleston.
That's odd. Now, are you someone who on New Year's Eve, if you're at home, do you turn on a channel when it's East Coast New Year to watch the celebration?
Yeah, it's kind of an old tradition. I mean,
Yeah.
because that used to be the big thing, you know, to watch the Dick Clark's rockin' New Year's
that's what we
Eve,
did.
and
We
now it's
turned
the
on one-
Ryan Seacrest rockin' Blow Blow Me.
And then we just watched an episode of the Pit, and then we turned back on one of the channels, and it was New Year's in Chicago. Because
Interesting.
none of the local channels did, and I was hoping like, KTV or WW, like one of them would do something. They don't. You know, not to. I think our bosses are listening. Should we do a zone
It's weird that
New
we don't
Year's
do
Eve party
something.
next year? They'd have to pay us, but that would be legitimately
what would
fun.
be our
What's our gimmick?
Our bit?
Just get sloshed like they do on like Anderson
would
Cooper.
it be someone's balls dropping?
It could be balloons, John. It could be other balloons.
Or a single balloon, just one
be
balloon.
One balloon. The Zone New Year's Party 2027 with
Zone Rockin' Eve.
1620, the new year.
We need a gimmick. We need a gimmick similar to the ball drop.
Okay.
It's got to be unique to the Grum. Maybe it could be a dildo.
A bunch of dildos fall. Nick, this is a great idea.
That would
Or
work.
maybe it'll be dildo rising.
Excellent idea again. Dr. John's, are they still a thing? They could sponsor it. This could be excellent. This could be really, really fun. I do that. If I get paid, I'll do it.
Someone suggested drop a backwards camo hat.
Now that would be awesome, and people would probably be really confused. And then it's like, remember a year ago?
If the
That's a really
backwards camo
specific
hat
thing.
is still a thing at the end of 2026, that will definitely be on the list.
With zone logos on them. People are always talking about merch. Look at this. A station just got invented, and there's thousands of pieces of merch in our building.
There are a lot of
Where's
pieces
the
of
zone
merch.
I want a zone rope hat to give to John. Say,
And
here
then
you go, John. Happy New Year.
By the
John,
way, I think
we're
was it Jordan there in the YouTube comment section?
What did Jordan say?
Well, because when I was like,
A lot of comments.
he wanted one of them rope hats.
Oh, you can have John. Oh, I saw that.
And I
like,
offered. I said, you can have mine if you'd like.
Yeah, seriously, it's on. It's.
I mean, I'm very happy for the Yacht Rock and Captain Crash, and
you're gonna keep your shirt.
I'll enjoy the T-shirt. I'm out on rope hats.
That's very nice of you to give a rope hat to a listener.
Well, sure. I mean, if someone wants it, yeah. I'm not going to let a good hat go to waste.
Excellent call.
And then people can enjoy the Yacht Rock 1180.
Good
Where you
branding.
can listen to Paul McCartney's "Live and Let Die," which was in a movie on the crystal clear sounds of AM radio.
Sindelar writes, a 1620 The Zone New Year's Eve party should just be a live stream of Stibbs drinking whiskey alone in a dark bar for 7 hours.
Incredible.
That is a great idea. Happy New Year from Stibbs. Wow. We could do it in the basement. We have a room down there. We could
We
get
do
some
have a room.
We could get some cameras. Could be awesome.
Would we invite people and they could do dancing? and
Absolutely.
stuff?
Yeah, we
could
could
give
sell
away.
tickets.
Yeah, we could sell tickets. We could give away some tickets. We could have food. We could do all sorts of stuff. We could watch whatever the playoff game is because there will be a playoff game. Come watch the college football quarterfinal with us.
Yeah, but that'll be over well before midnight.
Like an hour, but then after that, we can just do content. I
Yeah.
don't know.
We could do content. We could play the chair
Patrick
company.
says would watch. We could play the chair company. Yeah.
Just episodes
We
of
could
shows
wa-
that we like.
come watch the
I
chair
got it.
company with us.
I got it.
Yeah.
We can turn Mr. Bones on top of our roof into our gimmick for whatever it is we
We're
celebrate.
going to drop Mr. Bones.
Careful, he already lost an arm, John.
Yeah, we might.
Well, I don't know. He's already up there.
Yeah, he might
We
be
could attach
blown
the-
away by.
We could
He's
attach
still
the
up
ball
there?
to him.
Apparently, without an arm, he is.
Wonder who found his arm.
Oh,
wonder
I
where
see
his
what
arm
you're
was.
saying. So you do it like in New York, how they drop the ball.
Yeah.
Okay, so you put a ball on his head.
Sure.
Okay,
Why not?
I'm down with that. People driving.
He's
Dodge-
already up there.
People on Dodge would be very confused.
Sure.
This is a great idea.
Or maybe we
Oh, we could have the bone cam too.
Excellent.
could do like we could implode the Nerg Media digital sign that no longer works.
It's broken. Okay.
We could
Well-
we could implode it like a old Vegas hotel.
We have a year to play in this.
We do.
I believe in us, guys. Just like I believed in our golf froth tournament.
The Frolf tournament.
Uh-huh.
It
the
definitely
Grim,
happened.
The Grim
the
Invitational.
Grimvitational.
D'Lo points out, how can you do Big Red playoff overreaction and the New Year's Eve show at the same time?
We're not going to be doing anything for Indiana.
I don't think there will be a Nebraska bowl game post-game show that will have to happen in 2026.
Oh,
I think I've already changed my prediction from the list from 6-6. I think I might be a 5-7.
Oh my
I
God.
think I might, which is a great setup for a poll question that we have posted.
It is, but it's also a setup for the referees Grum Down 26.
Oh, wow, look
nice.
at that.
I like that color. That's a fun blue.
Can what happened in Vegas stay in Vegas?
Well, if John had his druthers, we would never talk about this game because bowl games are meaningless.
Yeah.
I mean, they are.
They are.
But we got some takes on it.
You don't have to have takes on this.
But I do.
The portal. The poll.
Awesome.
Rebels, Hoosiers, Hurricanes, and Ducks.
Quack.
Trying to figure out if there's a way that those somehow are intertwined. I mean, Hurricanes and Ducks, because Ducks, probably have to fly away from Hurricanes.
And Rebels are in the South.
Rebels are in the South. The Hoosiers are kind of one
Yeah,
of
they're
these
the
things
odd
is
man
not
out.
like the other.
What is a Hoosier?
Google it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Jayhawk is to Kansas. It's a historical
Okay.
term. Friday Night SmackDown comes to Lincoln.
Yeah, because Marshall Nick or something says, what? No Husker versus Michigan State banter? That's what it is. Friday
Night SmackDown comes to Lincoln.
Yeah, we're not talking about wrestling.
Could.
If Matt Rule would be there instead of coaching.
Yeah.
Kent's Movie Club, F1, the movie.
How many words do you think we're going to talk during this segment, John? Like 10 total combined?
Me and Kent are going to give you an education.
Oh, this is gonna suck. It's
Well,
just gonna
if
be
we're
what is
using
different
if
about
we're
this than
if we're
real life.
using this movie as an education, it's going to be a long session because not a lot in this movie is real.
See, and that's what Nick's gonna tell us about for 20 minutes.
Putting the final touches to NFL 2025.
How are you doing? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah. Have you given up?
No, I haven't given up. I mean, you know,
I'm gonna be ramming it with you, John, in round one. Call us the Ram Boys. I might wear my Super Bowl 34 hat that I have at my parents' house. I might bring that out of the cobwebs.
You're ramming together.
Go Rams! For one round and one round only.
One Beer Friday and predictions.
It's Friday.
It is Friday, thank God.
And a Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell.
Did we ever confirm that?
Yes, I confirmed.
Okay.
You did? Okay, good.
Oh, so you did do one thing today.
Yes, I did at least one thing today.
Nick's been a little out of sorts, coming back and getting back into the routine.
Not playing chess.
He was not playing chess,
Don't
which
put
is
it on the
not his
internet.
gimmick.
Do not put it
Or
on
it's
the internet.
actually his gimmick.
Yeah.
It's got to be your bowl.
It's gonna be your gimmick.
It's got to be your gimmick.
Mhm.
402-951-1620. I remember that. Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline.
Text us.
crap call.
Maybe,
Call us.
maybe, yeah. If you want to make your own horse crap call, you can. Or your horse. By the way, have you checked the text machine?
I've literally been reading it all day. Like Chris in Montana. 5 wins. That's assuming they beat Miami of Ohio.
Did you go back far? How far does it go back a ways? Can it go back to Wednesday?
I can go all the way back to the beginning of time.
Well, just go back to Wednesday because I believe someone did send a text that he thought you would see on Wednesday because he thought you were hosting Overreaction.
Okay.
So you can look for that.
Does it say my name?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I think by contextually, it will make perfect sense as to who it was directed to and who it was from.
Okay. I don't know.
If he knows how to hop. I mean, he texted me asking for the text line number, to which I said, here's the number.
Is it this one? The way you wear your hat is the direction your
No.
life is going?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. This is
Oh, Mike in Phoenix.
Yes.
Josh, how embarrassed should Iowa be about their offensive performance today? Is that one of your friends? Oh, that's fair. Nice.
Exactly.
Nice. I should respond to that. I didn't watch the bowl. Why would
The
I watch
Iowa
a bowl?
Bowl?
I didn't. Why would I watch a bowl game?
I mean, it was on right before Nebraska's. You didn't have it on before Nebraska's?
I was reading a book. I was finishing a book,
Oh.
and then I went to a brewery, and the game was finishing. So I guess I saw the
Oh.
last couple of minutes.
See, I had it on the second TV, but the sound was down because I was rewatching Yellowstone.
Nice.
Because like all weekend was like, well, I call it weekend.
I know. See,
it was
we're
the New
all
Year's
broke.
countdown
The time
on
warp.
Paramount Channel, so it was showing all the Yellowstones, and
Mhm.
I just had that on while I was working on some other things. So
Yeah.
I would look up occasionally and go, "Oh, look, I was scored.
Nothing
Oh,
says New
look,
Year's
I was
like
winning."
Yellowstone marathon.
Yeah, I finished a book. What did you do?
Built some models.
Yep. See, we were all doing.
Really productive things.
We're adult men now.
Yeah.
This is what happens. Adult men.
JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, where yes, Phase 1 is live.
And yes, we know the roster isn't put together. Things are going to change.
But that's why we do this.
That's what's fun about it. Because this, I like this one because it's a true snapshot of vibes. This
Yep.
is less
This
about
is a vibes one.
This is totally, are you pissed right now or are you happy?
Yep.
And we have the answer to that question. And we will discuss it.
By the way, ooh,
Oh, yikes.
Oh,
they brought a stretcher out here in this Armed Forces game. Ooh, I hope that young man is okay. They got the little neck brace on. Hopefully he's all right. The email address.
Equitable Bank Inbox.
John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. All right. Well, I guess what happens in Vegas
Will not stay.
comes back home with us from
Mhm.
Vegas.
It's like a disease.
All right. We'll dive in.
All right.
1620 the zone. Welcome back. Yes, this is a live Grum.
Prove it.
The Cowboys didn't make the playoffs.
That we knew that weeks ago.
That's
not-
evergreen, John.
Okay, it's not evergreen. We knew that weeks ago.
Micah Parsons was trolling the Cowboys on Twitter.
See, again, what is this? Why do you immediately go there? I don't say the Rams just blew it to the Falcons.
The Rams just blew it to the Falcons.
All right,
Is that better?
Yeah,
Is that better?
Makes me a little happier. Yeah, sure.
Texas State's beating Rice in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl.
Anybody could say that 2 weeks ago. I didn't even realize there were bowl games on in the afternoon today until I woke up.
Oh, yeah, they're on.
Isn't it weird that you have like the most important games?
Yours.
Thank you, Nick. And then there's still other crap.
Yep.
You know, it's like that all month
It's-
long.
There's always slop,
It's
Josh.
stupid.
Speaking of crap, Star Wars Fiend says, I'm so sick of this crap. I think that's about Nebraska football.
All right.
Yeah. I was going to read the other comments, but they were from earlier. And so I think everyone's a little frustrated right now
Yeah, they
with how
are.
Nebraska football is existing.
They are. And
Like this from Bill. Gentlemen, why is there not talk of firing athletics director Dannon? He is the one to make the ludicrous decision to extend Rule's contract, and now we are stuck with a $70 million buyout.
Dannon.
When the day comes when we fire Rule, I don't trust Dannon to make a good hire. Thank you. That is the mood of everything right now, is it not? I guess I can't speak for everyone, but for a lot of folks, that seems to be the mood.
there's a lot of frustration. And,
Ooh, who do you think is more hate right now, Matt Rule or Dannon?
well, it's Rule because it's the coach.
They are definitely tied together at the hip, though.
It's hard to balance some of this, knowing full well, yes, the bowl game is not as important as any regular season game. It's a step above a spring game. It's a step below a regular season game. Okay. And I don't want to put too much stock into the bowl game, but it does dovetail off of a very disappointing end to the regular season. And a lot of people viscerally, they were already frustrated by how the regular season ended. And then you take a few weeks off and then you come back and it is same song, second verse, same bad song, second verse. I mean, really nothing changed, right? Sure. Matt Rule wore a backwards hat. Sure. You didn't have John Butler to kick around anymore. Sure. You had some opt-outs. You had this, you had that. You had a healthy TJ Lateef. But
it really didn't fit a lot of the issues of the season. Like,
sure.
Great way to start the game. A great first two drives, right?
Yeah.
A kick-ass drive, which they've done before.
Yeah.
Almost every game this year, they had a great first drive. They didn't always score because they would go for it from time to time, like against Michigan or Penn State, but they always had good first drives.
Mm-hmm.
I think Cincinnati and Minnesota were like the only games in which they had a bad first drive. So another great first drive, check. More perplexing timeout to play usage. The 3rd and 20, for example, or 3rd and goal from the 20.
Yeah.
Call timeout and then give up a score. I know Happer talked about it on his show today. Some of the timeouts at the end of the game, we talked about it a little in the crossover too. Those just kind of fitting this faux toughness, always competing kind of
Never give up, never surrender.
Yeah, kind of vibe that's been coming from the program. Like, I'm with you. And we talked about it throughout the month of December, and this has always been how we operate. Basically, since we've been doing the show together, is that bowl games, there is not a whole lot of meaning to take away from them unless they are a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess one thing that I did wonder about in the lead up to Wednesday was if we agree that this season did not go anywhere near as well as they hoped it would or we thought it could, would it all be possible to have like a culture performance where chips are down, everyone's a little frustrated, but you bounce back and you at least look like, hey, best player's not on the field, starting quarterback's no longer in the program.
Mm-hmm.
Not a problem though. They're at least going to go down with a fight. And after the first 2 drives, they're seemingly was no fight. It was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out.
Yeah,
What was it? 5 straight drives with 3 and outs,
I believe so.
and it was touchdowns, big plays, gashing them through the. And that's obviously the other frustrating part too. Is the good part of the defense is completely fallen off over the last handful of games. It's weird because again, what you mentioned, bowl games are this like pretend thing now. They're not a spring game. Certainly, they're not that. They're not a regular season game though. The rosters are different. Everything changes. You've had a month off, which is also a problem in terms of having any sort of continuity.
Mm-hmm.
But the word rotten seems to be too harsh. I don't want to say things are rotten, but man, things are just not. Everything is just off right now. Or maybe rotten. Maybe rotten's a fine word for this stuff. Star Wars fan. They didn't have a first down for over 30 minutes. Of game action.
I mean, I know we're only just begun this offseason.
A lot of months.
But the early vibes are giving off some real 2021 into 22 vibes. Without the fact that the athletic director, well, in a weird way, the athletic director did give Matt Rule a vote of confidence by extending his contract. But similar to 21 into 22, it was Trev acknowledging that, yeah, Scott's going to stick around. But but forget the similarities inside the program. The vibes around it are giving off very similar defeatist, looking at your watch, waiting for something to change vibes, at least to start. And I guess that can take us right into our poll question, phase 1, which, by the way, you can vote on now, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. It's going to be up all week long, but this is the first of our 4 phases. And like Josh established earlier, yeah, we don't know who the quarterback's going to be. We don't know who the running back's going to be. We don't know this. We don't know that. This is strictly a vibes poll, right?
Yeah.
Where you're coming off of a season and you're projecting ahead just in terms of how you're feeling right now. And it's a starting point, because the reason why we do this in 4 phases is to see how things trend. And typically things start to trend more positively the closer you get to the season.
As excitement picks up.
I have a feeling these next 4 phases, I really don't know how it's going to go. I know how it's starting, as we will establish. I'm just going to skip past the preamble. This was last year. This was last year. This was last year. We'll just go back to where things were at the end of August.
Yeah.
So this was the last poll we did right before the season. Before the hat went backward. 66.9% voted 8 and 4 or better, with 30.6% voting 6 and 6 or 7 and 5. So well over 97% were in the 6 and 6 or better crowd. That's always been a benchmark that we use. We used to call it the positivity index.
Yeah.
Some people got triggered and said, well, how come we haven't changed all that?
Because they keep living in the same damn world.
We're not going to change the options.
If they would have broken through, this was going to finally be different.
It was going to be different, but in an oddly nice way. I'm kind of glad it's staying this way because, well, it's going to give us a consistent message.
Nebraska sucks, says John.
Hater.
So this is where things were right before the season started.
And so 30.6% of the voters ended up being correct.
Correct.
Good job by them.
Here's where we are currently.
Ooh.
And the question is very simple. You can go vote right now, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. What will Nebraska's regular season record be in 2026? 7.6% say 3-9 or worse.
Ooh.
5.6% say 8-4 or better.
That's a little different than the 66.9% from last time.
The majority lies in the middle. Right now, with 44% of the vote, 4-8 or 7-5 or 5-7 lead by about a percentage point over the 6-6 or 7-5 crowd?
I don't know if there has ever. No, I can say this definitively. There has never been one of these where the winning option was a below 500 option. That has never happened.
Well,
yeah, you have the numbers. That has never happened before.
The 6 wins or better crowd, as we call it, the positivity index, this is so far, unless things change, and again, you can vote throughout the week, next week as well, right up through next.
Went up yesterday, so go up through Thursday night.
Through Thursday night.
Yeah.
So Friday, everything will be final. But right now, the 6 wins or better vote is at a combined 48.4%, which is the lowest. And this is starting our 6th year of doing this.
Wow.
So going back to 2021, after the COVID year, going into 21, the 6 wins and better for this phase coming off the 2020 season was at 52%.
Mm-hmm.
It is currently at 48.
I forgot that you had Dylan for 24 and Mahomes for 25 on the graphic. Oh, man.
That's where we are right now. And then, of course, the more sobering one, the 8-4 or better group. This is the lowest it's ever been, 8-4 or better.
Yeah.
I mean, the previous low, you go back to 2023, Matt Rule's first season.
Yep.
The lowest total of votes in the 8-4 or better crowd happened in phase 2, which was our post-spring poll, which was at 6.8%. It is currently at 5.6.
Wow.
So when I say things are kind of vibing similar to that off season between 21 and 22, that's where some of this is coming from. And it's just the general tone. And I don't get a chance, when I'm hosting the overreaction, I'll glance over, I'll see a comment here or there, but I can't read them all.
No, especially not during that show.
But when I would glance over, it was just constant hammer, 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 hammer.
Yeah.
And it still feels like that right now.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
So that's where things are sitting right now.
Text from the 402. No way you fire Rule now. We can't keep firing coaches every three.
And no one's saying that.
No, yeah. He says you can't keep firing coaches every 3 to 5 years. This season was definitely disappointing, and next season will be rough. Keep him around, and people think we'll fire him and get the next Signetti. I hope, and I feel like you and I are going to say this a lot.
Yeah.
I know I am. I'm not calling for that. I'm not asking for that.
No.
First of all, you can't. They just
extended. I mean, it's a $71 million buyout.
Yeah. So they're not going to do it. In a way, I don't want to say like that makes it more frustrating, but it kind of does. There was somebody I remember after the contract extension where it was almost like, wow, the next couple of seasons now, like the consequences are like a lot lower. There are fewer consequences for like potential poor play on the field. And a lot of people have mentioned it so far in the chat, oh, wow, a lot of voters haven't seen the schedule for next year, which is going to be a running bit all offseason long. And there's a lot of truth to it, though. 2 of the teams in the Final Four are on Nebraska's schedule next year. The other Big Ten participant for the playoff is on Nebraska's schedule next year. A participant in the national championship game is on Nebraska's schedule next year. The defending champ could be on Nebraska's schedule next year, assuming Oregon or Indiana, who I think is going to win it all, wins out. The program finds itself in a very precarious spot where I think, and I will now speak for myself, I will use that word, I think it's hard. It's going to be hard for this program to, I don't even want to say take a step forward. I just want to say get out of the malaise that they are in. And so I have an opinion on where this thing is ultimately going. But because of the contract stuff, that is a years down the road discussion. And it's going to be really hard for me with any of the roster moves and knowing like what's happened to really believe in their ability to pull themselves out of it. I am excited about the Rob Orich hire. I think if you're like, why can't Nebraska have a Signetti guy? And then you're like, why do they have this guy from San Diego State who's bringing a lot of San Diego State players? You can't do that. You can't want Signetti and then be like, wow, he shouldn't be bringing in a bunch of Mountain West players. No, you can't. You can't. That's what you're asking for. That's what people want. What do they want when they hire new coaches? I want a bunch of new players that know that coach. So why can't you? Why is it okay when James Madison does it, but not when San Diego State does it?
That's a good dropping off point to something I wanted to talk about because it was something Matt Rule said in the press conference after the game. that when I heard, red flags went,
Yeah.
and it dovetails right off of what you had to say.
By the way, real quick, Jimmy says, glad you're excited, Josh, but to be honest, I can't get excited about anybody anymore till I see it. I am not excited about anything with the direction of the program. Nothing. I view I guess, did I say excited about Orich? I'm very intrigued by him, certainly, and what he was able to do, and I can't wait to talk about that with you next. But in terms of big picture, I am not excited about the direction of this program. And I think that it's
a 500 culture.
It really,
it is a 500 culture.
Yeah.
And it's hard right now. It's hard for me to think it's going to pull itself out of a 500 culture, because the more things change, the more it stays the same. And I'll probably be hammering this point for a while. I think very similar to the waning years of Bo Pelini, there are not enough people in that room that challenge the head coach. And when I say challenge, I'm not saying they're going for his seat. It's not like Game of Thrones here where we're trying to usurp the king, but where when they sit down and they talk strategy and they talk player development, they talk, player personnel, they talk all this stuff, that it feels like, does the buck usually always stop with the head coach? Sure. But I think this head coach needs a little more help than that.
Yeah.
You don't have a Kurt Signetti.
No.
You don't have a Nick Saban.
No.
You don't have a Ryan Day.
John, isn't that
you have someone right now who is just kind of trying to be malleable to whatever situation is in, right? Where it's like he can't find himself right now.
Yeah, and isn't that why? Because I know some fans are like, stop it with the hat stuff. Where I view it and I say, wow, that is the sign of a man who is just searching for anything, who is grasping for straws.
Yeah.
In ways to motivate his players. Like, I don't want to do the stuff that Alabama fans do with DeBoer and wearing T-shirts and stuff, but this new line coach wearing jeans, like where he just looks like he got out of his truck and came onto the football field. You got your coach with his backwards hat, again, trying to motivate, whether it's himself, because I think that's what it is. I don't think it's about the players. I think he's trying to speak something to himself. Because I'll be honest, and I've heard this as well from a couple people that are tied in. I think everyone there is a little spooked right now with how this has gone. I think that there is a lot of surprise that it has gotten to this point, and that now they are backsliding. They're 2-5 in their last 7 games. They get blown out
in the last 3,
4 times, including the last 3. I think that there is a whoa. What the hell is happening right now? And that's, I think, when you start doing I'm going to do this because I'm Matt. I'm one of the guys. I got to get down in the dirt. I think that's what happens when you're searching for answers.
402-951-1620. We got a couple calls. We'll get to you. If you got an email, send it to us. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox. And again, go vote. Phase 1 is live in the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter at USC 1620. Got that audio I want to play as well that kind of dovetails off Josh was talking about with Orich and defensive side of the ball.
Okay.
All coming up on 1620 The Zone. Back here on the Grum, 402-951-1620. We'll get to that audio in a little bit because it's dovetailing off the point you had about the criticisms. Some people are worried that Orich is bringing in a bunch of allegedly San Diego State guys. By the way, if there's one thing I do, it'd be just easier right now. Y'all who want to just tweet about these things, just go take a snapshot of the San Diego State defensive roster, put that out, and then we'll be done with it. I am already done with all transfer portal tweets.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Can't stand them.
Like the news that a player's in the portal?
Yep. Any of them. Don't care who it is. I don't care. I don't care.
That's a Thursday bit. Or
Well,
is it a Thursday gimmick? Are you viewing them like watch lists? Everybody's in the portal?
Pretty much.
Interesting. So it's more interesting to you if somebody says, I'm staying.
Pretty much.
It's like if Ja'Cory Barney tweeted, I'm staying at Nebraska, you'd say there's some news.
That's interesting.
That's actual news. Okay.
I mean, I guess it would be also news if he announced he was leaving because technically he's still here. But it's just the whole, there's too much of it. It's all over the place. It's everywhere.
You need to unfollow Pete Nakos.
I think I need to unfollow a lot of people because there's a lot of people that quote tweet or retweet
they do
the Pete Nakoses and others of the world who, anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
This is Rick. Good afternoon and Happy New Year, Rick.
Happy New Year, Rick. Rick is gone.
Rick, Happy New Year to you too. Lane. Hi, Lane.
Kiffin.
What's up, Peterson?
What's up?
Hey, Mr. Bishop, Mr. Nick Graham. Hey, Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year, Lane.
Happy New Year.
Hey, thanks so much. Hey, I have a question for you.
Okay.
And I worked for an athletic department for a while. I was also a journalist for a while. I have a question for you because I know how these things work. Do you think Troy Bannon and those in the athletic department, do you think they're actually working with Coach Rule on his messaging, on the way he goes about things? Because in the environments I worked in, it was like there were meetings before a coach would go out and give a press conference. There were meetings like, don't say this, try to say this, use these command messages, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think Bannon is like kosher with Rule acting like, don't, call me Matt, and the backward hat thing and all that? And I have one more question after this.
Okay.
Well, I would say, I mean, do I think that, Matt Rule is, going over his messaging with Bannon? No, I don't think so. That sounds like the last thing Matt Rule would do because he's always been pretty, he's always kind of been his own kind of self-promotion, right? Or his own.
Yeah, it's just not a good look. And I'm just surprised somebody from the athletic department isn't like, hey, pump the brakes on this stuff a little bit,
I don't know if they're looking into it that deeply right now. In fact, I bet there's a lot of people inside those walls that are like, why is everyone so critical?
Definitely. I agree with John.
I guarantee you there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
And I get it. And this final question is real simple. Do you think the highest paid state employee is acting like a mature adult? And I'll leave it at that. Happy New Year, everybody. And thanks for the show. I love it. Thank you.
Thanks,
Happy
Lane.
New Year, Lane.
I
don't think this is a maturity versus.
Yeah, this isn't a maturity thing or anything. This is, as Josh said, going into the break. This is a guy who's kind of just looking for something right now. He's looking for some symbolism. He's looking for something to, show that a switch has flipped, that, things are different now, that, we're going to get refocused on what made us us.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's saying that, he's really talking about himself because normally we get the year 3 bounce. Well, as we saw, there was no year 3 bounce. And so things are not proceeding as he thought they would. It's thrown him off schedule. And so I hate to use movie references, but I will.
It's like an F1.
Well, it's like Rocky 3.
Which part?
Where Rocky loses his way, gets a little cocky and arrogant. Mr. T knocks him out. Mickey dies. Spoiler alert.
Oh.
And then here comes Apollo to show him the eye of the tiger.
So
And
Rule
then-
needs
and
to
then
run
they-
on the beach and hug a shirtless man?
Well, they go to where, Apollo trained. They get back on the streets. They fight in the dingy, dusty, dirty gym.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go run on the beach and do a man hug afterwards. And then they beat Mr. T.
Okay.
But that's kind of where Matt Rule is. He's trying to get back to, and I think part of the hat backwards, and I'm going to get my hands dirty again and get back to coaching. The problem with that is, and this kind of leads into the audio. Nick, I sent it to you. You'll have to play it off the deal. But this was during the post-game press conference.
Okay.
Now, if you'll recall, at the beginning of December, when John Butler was fired, one of the things that was said, well, at least it was alluded to, was that it never make it about the players, right?
Yeah, because there was a
It's
frustration.
not about the players.
Yeah.
Never tell me it's about the players, because
Yeah.
the frustration was because Butler had done a press conference prior to the Iowa game?
I
Had to
believe
be.
so, yeah.
Where, he did make mention of, we got to go out and get good players.
Yeah.
Or better players.
Because when you say that, and this is like an old Urban Meyerism too, if you say that, there is obviously an implication that the ones you have aren't good enough.
Correct.
Which, guess what? Is true.
It is true.
But to say it publicly, that is the breaking of the code. That you are, and I think that that's fair. I've changed my tune on that over the years. I do think that there is something to that. They're still your players, and you got to get them ready to play as well as you can. Now, I know what audio you're about to play, which is a whole big other problem with how the defense performed this year.
And here was Matt Rule, because he started talking about, a lot of the questioning was towards next year and his hiring of Rob Orich.
Well, I would just say, we've been here for 3 years. For 2 years, we're really good on defense. We struggled this year. I take full responsibility for that. Okay. I hired John, who's a great coach, and just kind of forced him into something like, hey, stick with the 3-3-5 because we've been good at it. Really wasn't right his fit. We just said, that's not right. We parted ways. I feel bad for him. He's a great person. I wish him the absolute best. We brought in Rob. He's got a system.
Yeah, just go ahead and stop it right there, because he goes on.
Because the money quote's the part.
Because the money quote is right in there.
Yeah.
I forced him into doing the 3-3-5, something he wasn't comfortable with. What the hell?
Yeah, I know.
What the hell? This so smacks of, and let's face it, I think it kind of handicapped Bo a little bit.
Oh, when they made him keep Sean Watson?
Yes.
Yeah.
When Osborne hired Bo and said, well, the offense is working pretty well, let's just stay with that.
Keep all those guys.
But then Bo could handle everything else. No. You let the guy who you have hired to put in charge of something to do it in the way that they see that it is best. And the same thing is said for when you bring in a coordinator. If you want to bring in a coordinator who sees everything the way you do, fine, go hire that person. Not saying that's necessarily the right move. It could or it couldn't. But if you're bringing someone in and they're new into the situation and they have a way that they want to run things, that's the reason you hired them. If you wanted to hire somebody and have them run exactly what it is you wanted them to, then make sure of that during the interview process. But don't force somebody who wanted to do things a different way to do it your way, because that's when you get square peg, round hole. That's when you get miscommunication. That's where you get a way where things aren't blending properly. And I know Butler had already been on the staff, so he'd been familiar with it. But Butler was on the staff. You didn't go out and go outside the program. You didn't go outside the program and hire somebody else. You wanted to keep it in-house, which is fine. But then you made him the defensive coordinator. And if he wanted to make some things different, and oh, by the way, wasn't one of the other things the criticism of Butler, it was all about scheme? It was too much scheme-based. Need to get back to fundamentals, too much scheme-based. Well, you literally shoehorned him into the scheme that he said later he wasn't comfortable with. What are we doing here? If you wanted someone to run the 3-3-5 because it had been working well, Well, fine. Then you find another 335 disciple and you bring them in, or you run the damn thing yourself. But if you're going to bring somebody in, and I know he promoted him up from the staff, and he wanted to make changes, and then you had to force him into something? What? What are we doing here? It doesn't make sense.
And so when you then apply that to Orich, is the lack of excitement there that you were just worried that they're going to do the same thing all over again?
Well, it's kind of a general concern across the entire staff.
Yeah.
How much of this, and it goes back to what I talk about, you need people on the staff that can help challenge the coach and workshop ideas and say, hey, this is a way I think we should be doing things, and discuss things instead of trying to micromanage little things. I mean, wasn't that one of the reasons why Tony White left?
I was going to say the
Too
same
many
thing.
damn cooks in the kitchen?
Bingo.
It just, I get it. A program does need to take the direction from the head coach. But then there can be so much micromanaging involved where it becomes a law of diminishing returns.
And that's been one of the things that people have been wondering about with Dana as well. Right? Like, what's going on with the offense? Why does the offense not look like it used to under Dana Holgorsen?
Sure.
Maybe he's just lost his fastball, which is very much a possibility. But how much of the offense and the struggles on the offense are, the head coach and how he wants everything to operate?
I mean,
that quote is so damning.
It is damning because it's basically admitting that I brought in the wrong guy. Well, I brought in the wrong guy. I promoted the wrong guy to run what I wanted to run, or I should have let him run his thing because what we were running.
If they're going to fail, let him fail on, what he knows. If they're going to succeed, let them, succeed on what he knows. But instead they took the weird option.
Right.
And it was obvious that the defense, it's been obvious for 2 seasons that the defense has been backsliding. 23 was better than 24, which was better than 25. They were the best tackling and best run defense and all of those things in 23. Took a little bit of a step back last year. And then the bottom fell out this year, absolutely fell out this season.
Worst run defense in almost a decade.
Yeah.
And
no pass rush.
What I feared would happen to the vaunted secondary happened.
Yeah, it did. The
lack of a pass rush that eventually it was going to get exposed and bottomed out, and did it bottom out.
Yeah, big time.
I think Utah's tight ends caught another pass during that segment.
How about that time where the guy was behind 3 defenders just standing there
waiting tight
for
end.
The ball? Oh.
On the first drive of the game.
Brian says, Josh, do you think Rule has lost his fastball? Of course. I don't know how that could even be a discussion to the contrary at this point in time.
Oh,
everybody's lost their fastball.
It does kind
inside
of
the
like
program right now.
402-951-1620. David, Tony, Dave, stay right there. We'll be right back in a moment. But first, Underdog, getting close to the playoffs. This is the final week of the regular season, but playoffs, oh boy, playoffs are coming. And you've got a chance to get in on more of the playoff fun with Underdog. This is the place where you can go find different players. Could be favorite players, could be least favorite players. Players you think are going to excel or maybe not excel. And different stats like receiving yards, rushing yards, passing yards, touchdowns, extra points, kicker points. Yeah, you can play at the kickers too. And you can win a lot of money and have a lot of fun while you're doing it. All you have to do is go find that Underdog app wherever you download your favorite apps from your app store. Click in on it and play it right here in Nebraska. No crossing the river. And Josh is going to tell you about how you can score some extra bonus plays by using our promo code,
which is 1620 the zone. And don't forget, John, we are still in the holiday season, and with Underdog Unwrapped, you'll unwrap tons of promos throughout the rest of this week. Boosts, gimme picks, deal reveals, and even some surprises sprinkled in. Now is the best time to get in the game. So download the app, put in our promo code 1620 the zone, and you can score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, that promo code is 1620 the zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Back here on the Grum. Still to come, Kent's Movie Club. Oh, that reminds me, I got to send the link.
Already did.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
I do what I can.
And Jack Mitchell will join us in the Super Friends Roundtable. I'm guessing by the time we get to him, the big game feels will encompass his entire body.
Don't worry, folks.
We're a lot of big game feels.
We're talking Nebraska basketball today. Don't worry.
Do we have to?
We get to. They're a top 15 team. This is the biggest home game that the program's ever had. This is the biggest regular season game the program's ever had.
Oh, is it Stand on Your Head Sunday?
No, you are so weird. Let them enjoy their fun, John.
I am. Yes, enjoy your fun.
There you
Absolutely.
Pedro writes, "Hi, guys. I have missed that John rant. Keep the soapbox ready at all time, guys. You never know when he might need it."
Tony Petitti's a dipstick.
And the Big Ten's the best conference in college football.
It's good.
Yeah.
I'm not using bowl results.
What about playoff results?
Well, the playoff, yes. The top of the conference is much better.
Yeah.
I still think that the middle and the bottom are better.
Even though the middle of the Big Ten keeps beating the middle of the SEC, like Illinois.
In bowl games does not count.
All right. I think they'd beat them in the regular season, too.
I think
they didn't.
I think the SEC oversaturated themselves.
They didn't play each other in the regular season.
But I'm saying I think they would have if they did.
I
just don't know how
I'm not going to use. I'm not going to use bowl games. I won't.
I will use the play. I will use the playoff games, and I will say.
And that's the top of the league, and that's where I think the Big Ten is definitely better.
Alabama made the SEC title game, and they got run off the field by the Big Ten's best. Like, I don't want to know what would happen in the middle of the SEC if they played those teams in regular season games. You don't think Iowa would have beaten Vanderbilt in the regular season? I do.
I don't know. Maybe. Probably. They could have.
They did. I think they would have. I don't know why they wouldn't have.
Think Nebraska would have beaten Tennessee?
No, but Nebraska doesn't count in this discussion because they're bad.
So the Big Ten's good as long as we get rid of Nebraska, says Josh Peterson.
It's even better if you take Nebraska out of the equation.
I mean, they are one of the 2 bowl losses so far.
Tough luck.
And the other one being those scumbags at Michigan.
No. Oh, wait, then they have 3 losses, right? Didn't USC lose the other night? Everyone's mad about them. I think they lost. So I think they have 3.
I'm not paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
David is up next. Hi, David. Thanks for waiting. You're on the zone. David's not waiting.
Oh, man, I wanted to hear that one because it said thinks John is soft for his meltdown. Sad.
My meltdown is soft. Well, I mean,
I wanted to hear where this
melts.
one was going.
He said something about your panties being in a bunch.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, people are thinking John's being too harsh on them when the coach said that he made his defensive coordinator do a scheme that he didn't want to do. That is soft. Man, that's weird.
If that's soft,
yeah,
I'd hate to see what your definition of hard is.
Nick?
By the way, it is raining at the whatever Cincinnati bowl game is. Who are they playing?
Liberty.
Cincinnati's playing Liberty?
No, it's the Liberty Bowl.
Oh.
Isn't that the one that Nebraska plays? Isn't this the one in Mississippi? No. Is this in Tennessee? Where is this in? Memphis. There you go.
Nebraska hasn't played in this game since 1977.
I was thinking of the one in Shreveport. For some reason, I
thought
that
the Shreveport. Is that still around?
Is
the Shreveport Bowl still around? The Poulon Weed Eater Bowl? What was it when Nebraska was in it? Wasn't it the
Independence
Bowl?
Bowl?
Oh, Independence Bowl. Is
and
it still around?
It's gone. No,
it's dead?
No, wait. Yeah. It's around. My bad.
Oh, look at all those fans.
Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl.
Well, let's see if this Dave is on the Prairie Flower Casino hotline. Dave?
God, everyone.
I see our phone.
Man, they haven't changed. New year, same us.
What about Tony?
I heard a little noise.
Hey, Tony.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, Tony. Thanks for staying on hold.
Happy New Year, but this is not a cue to its best.
Isn't soft still hanging up, though? I mean, if you're going to come on and come kind of hard, shouldn't you stay on the phone?
Great take, Tony.
I would love it.
I love it.
I like it when people challenge me because I wanted to hear this.
Yeah. You're definitely not afraid of it.
No.
Every coaching tenure, we've always had 1 or 2 callers that have kind of started from the beginning and have always kind of called in and said, "I told you it wasn't going to work. I told you it wasn't going to work."
Greg and Myrtle Beach.
Well, I'm going to take up the torch here, and it's probably going to take about 3 years. And I just think 6-7 wins are about all they're going to be able to accomplish down there. I don't think the intentions were poor when the hire was made. We don't have the same athletic director. I just think that you have a vision. Sometimes it doesn't come to fruition. My personal theory is it would have been nice if maybe Coach Joseph wouldn't have had kind of the problems that happened. And it would have been nice to see maybe where that direction would have gone, although I don't know if that would have happened. But I don't want to say the next 3 years are going to be a waste, but I think we're going to be talking about this next year and the year after. And I just think this fan base, I don't know if it's going to last 2 years, but after 3 years, if it doesn't get better than 6 or 7 wins, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to move on again. And yet you have all these other places where, you know, they're finding the right fit and guys are sticking around for a while and it's working out. I don't know what the problem is down in Lincoln. It just doesn't seem like we can't find anybody that's the right fit. The intentions are good to start off, and then it just goes to heck. But that's my opinion. I don't have good vibes. I don't think this is going to work out.
Tony, I think you're
Thank
you
you,
too, Tony, and happy
very
New Year.
measured call.
Yeah, very measured call. And I think there's a lot of people who feel that way, and I understand it. And I would say I kind of lean in that direction. But then I will also say this, and this is where things can diverge a little bit from the typical path, because like we typically do in these situations, we reflect back to other failed administrations and why they failed and draw connections and draw conclusions. And then of course it ends up being true. And then it's on to the next one and so on and so forth. Here's where I think that there is still hope, because you have the portal and because you have the added commitment and resources. I still think there is the possibility. Yes. Is it a 500 culture right now? Absolutely. Absolutely. In my opinion, this is a 500 culture. You can, if you get the right people, if you get the right personnel, if you get the right kind of playmaker or playmakers, plural, you can break through. You can get up to 9 wins, which right now would feel like amazing.
It'd be a breakthrough.
And I still think that is possible with this group.
Why?
Because they have the commitment to the resources.
They definitely have that.
And listen, you might be able to hit, sometimes, wayward franchises can hit a couple of things in the lottery in terms of free agent signings, or they hit on the right draft pick, and it can kind of carry them for a year or two. Now, that doesn't mean that what I'm saying is I think there is the ability for a short-term shoot up the charts, but I don't see the ability for long-term sustainability.
Interesting. So you can see him have like a shooting comet kind of season and then burn out.
Yes.
Take a lot.
Perfect example of that, not to bring up old names, Scott Frost.
Yeah, he did.
They had a lightning in the bottle season.
You talking about when they went 3-9?
No.
Oh, you're talking about the UCF?
Yeah, UCF Scott Frost.
Yeah. Little easier though in the Mountain West.
But what has Scott Frost kind of shown us in every year surrounding that year?
That it's an outlier.
That it is an outlier.
Outliers do exist. That's true.
The good thing is, yes, this is a 500 culture. I don't think this is a program that is going to hit the lows of the Scott Frost era. But I also don't think it's a program that can hit the mega highs and sustain them.
Of like the Bo Pelini era?
Yes. But I do think they have at least enough of a baseline where if they hit on the right combination, and it could be with, new coaching hires and the players that they can help bring in, where, yeah.
And not having Tennessee on the schedule.
So wouldn't you like? I mean, if the SEC is so apparently as bad as you think they are, maybe you should have kept them on the schedule.
You're still caping up for them. I don't know why you do that now.
No, I'm just saying. If you think that way, why not put them on the schedule again?
Because Nebraska's not Illinois or Iowa.
That's true. So, yeah, there is a chance. My bigger concern is, and maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse here, is I don't see right now with the culture that is currently established and has not changed that it's not going to be one of those deals where you can get to 9 wins and that becomes the new floor. I think 9 or 10 wins.
That's the ceiling.
Is the ceiling.
Dude, 8 wins might be the ceiling.
Could be.
We haven't seen the team. When toe meets leather, it'll be 10 years since the last time that they had a season where they won 9. It'll be 10 years since the last time they won 8. It's very hard to believe that. I mean, yeah. Talking about ceilings any higher than that number, I think is a fool's errand at this point in time. Fool's errand.
Yeah.
They got to show that they can do it once before I start thinking that's a floor again, let alone a ceiling.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it is the ceiling.
Let's take Rosie's call, and then we got Movie Club coming up. Hi, Rosie.
Hi, John and Josh. I just want to thank you for helping me work toward my New Year's resolution,
And what's
which
that?
is bringing more laughter into my life. You guys are hilarious.
Is it because of our
in your
hilariously
informative-
bad takes?
The part I love is when you were talking about your wife and how she wouldn't dance to any music that has to do with movies or anything like that. And Josh is singing and saying, "Are you kidding me? How do you do that?" And I totally am on board with you, Josh. It's like I couldn't go through life without enjoying songs that come from movies. But anyway,
Josh doesn't even like music.
I have another comment about your New Year's program for next year.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Your theme could be raising the balls, and there could be a basketball, a volleyball, and a football. And the volleyball and the basketball go higher than the football, but maybe by next year, the football can be at the same level, you think? I don't know. But just a thought.
A deflated football, maybe?
Do we have something that can represent wrestling?
Oh,
no. Absolutely. But that was just a thought. But thank you for bringing not only information and, talking about the games, but this one I just couldn't even bring myself to saying anything about it. So I wanted to go down the other avenue, and I hope you appreciate that. So, yeah.
Thank you, Rosie.
By the way, my wife has just texted me.
Oh, what did she say?
I don't like her. Hang up.
Oh, Rosie, you were one of our best callers.
You.
No.
Thank you,
You're
Rosie.
our best caller this year so far.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Rosie.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate
bye-bye.
it.
That's funny.
That
That's
is
such
funny.
a wild take. Doesn't like songs that are made for movies.
Yeah, she's not a
Again,
big
there
fan.
are some good Bond songs.
How
out
does she
there.
feel about commercials that use songs that were around before they were in a commercial? Is that okay?
We never got to that part of the conversation because I've always said, well, what if there's a Journey song in the movie?
Oh.
I thought she didn't like Journey anymore.
No,
Because
no,
they
no,
have
no,
new
no.
people that are in Journey. She says
Well,
they
no,
shouldn't
no.
be called Journey.
Well, no, they shouldn't. That doesn't mean
They
you
should
still
be called
can't.
Arrival because they have arrived.
That's still
Destination.
that still doesn't mean you can't enjoy
Like if
the
Paul
original
McCartney
music.
and Ringo came back and you and me were in the Beatles, we're not allowed to be called the Beatles.
You'd be the
Yeah, but that's different. She likes Journey. She likes the
Buttholes.
music
Got
of
it.
Journey.
Okay.
The classic music of Steve Perry's Journey.
By the way, the whole chat just was hello, ladies. Like it's just a bunch of women talkers.
touch grass and talk to a woman.
Women talkers?
Yeah, that wasn't a good sentence.
Have any of you ever talked to a woman? I don't get it.
Kent's never been late. I hope everything's okay with him.
I hope we established we were doing a show.
He knows that we were. Did you confirm with him, Nick?
No, I usually don't have to. And you sent him the link, which
I did, but I thought you had confirmed with him. Well, I texted him. I did text him. I said, I sent you the link. So we'll see what he says. Hopefully he's okay.
The wife is now clarified to say,
Oh, yeah. What's up?
I didn't say I don't like them, just not on the radio or New Year's Eve.
All right.
Well, if you don't like them on the radio,
New Year's Day, though, all good.
all fine.
So if I were to play like Live and Let Die off my phone,
Live and let die.
that'd be okay, or Footloose, or or and this is the biggest reason why I have a problem with this take. That means you can't like the power of love.
It's a great song.
That's the power of
I mean, that
love.
song was literally written for Huey Lewis to do in the movie. And that is a banger.
Power of love.
The best Huey Lewis song.
That's a great song.
It's a good one.
Hip to be square sucks.
Doug in Idaho. Hey, may have had too many Friday afternoon margaritas and unable to meet with the 1620 boys. Don't worry, you weren't invited here, Doug. But we appreciate you tuning in.
Thank you, Doug.
Maybe for the New Year's balls.
Well, hopefully we'll hear from Kent.
If not, I guess it's going to be just us three talking about
Talking
F1.
about F1.
That would be terrible.
You guys can relax for a bit. I got this.
It's a solo segment.
Oh man, is this
slice of Formula One?
Is this your way of recording your? Well, it actually would be your Formula Friday podcast on a Friday.
About damn time.
Nope, we're already working on the next one for Wednesday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's called our next segment.
Done. Remember when you said the offseason lasted a week? Like it literally, you were like, "Yeah, we're on break." That was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
break's already done.
We're back.
Dumb. What a dumb sport.
1620 the zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
Well, we're hoping that everything is okay with Kent. Maybe he got called to something, or maybe he just decided, new year, new me. I'm getting rid of my phone.
I'm done with this show.
I'm getting rid of my phone.
Or that too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, hopefully everything's okay with Kent.
But no Kent this week, which means now Nick gets to take over the entire segment.
Oh man, this year sucks.
This was Nick's way to make Josh watch Formula One.
I already seen this movie.
Well,
Remember, I tried
Formula One.
I tried to tell you about it during the summer. I said the camera angles are cool.
And I said, I don't care.
Yeah. And what did you think of? Let Nick explain the movie first of all.
So Formula One is a movie.
A sport. Oh,
it is a sport. Yes, thank you. It's got a very generic storyline. I'd say it's about an old, washed up Brad Pitt, Sonny Hayes.
I wouldn't say generic.
Washed up.
I wouldn't say generic. I would say just it's typical movie, right? Where you got the sage old mentor and the young combative.
Yeah, no,
mentee.
it's not a movie that's treading new ground, but it makes up for it, I think, in amazing visuals and sound.
Cool camera angles.
But Brad Pitt, Sonny Hayes, he's a former Formula One, basically racing mercenary.
From 30 years ago.
He'll just kind of go everywhere. He raced with Schumacher, and that was a whole thing.
With Jackie Stewart, he was 30 years ago.
And eventually, he gets caught up with his old former teammate, who now owns a team in Formula One that is struggling and doing very bad. And he's basically throwing a Hail Mary to get Brad Pitt's character, Sonny Hayes, back to try to get them good enough, finishing good enough in the championship so he's not forced to sell the team so they can continue to be a Formula One team that exists. And like John said, he, gets in, he's competing with his teammate, who is a young, up-and-coming, real good Formula One driver who's kind of stuck at this team, and he's got a big ego, and it's kind of an old guard versus new guard, and them finding a way to work together to eventually
old bull, and then you have the young calf.
They're not trying to win a championship, which I think is a refreshing thing about this movie. They're just trying to basically do good enough to continue existing.
They're trying to place.
And that's Formula One.
Did you think the camera angles were cool?
Camera angles are cool.
The camera angles were fine, but again, it wasn't going to be anything to blow me away. The whole big thing was, it's the director, right? Who was also the director of Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
And the whole spiel was that with Top Gun Maverick, you had the cameras in the cockpit of the plane. You see it doing all the different things. And, it was made for a great visual, and it does. And they basically did the same exact thing with this. The problem, though, I shouldn't say it's not a problem. It's just the reason why I didn't come away going, oh, my God, this is an amazing visual. I mean, it is an amazing visual, but if you watch,
so you just didn't say, oh my God.
If you watch racing, you get those visuals all the time, because the concept of taking you inside the action is something that auto racing pioneered, the in-car camera. Mm-hmm. That was something that's been almost around for 50 years.
Formula One has helmet cams now too.
And so if you watch F1 or you watch NASCAR, you're getting this kind of stuff all the time. So it wasn't going to impress me. That's neither here nor there. Obviously, movies like this weren't necessarily made for me. So there's the deal about the camera angle. I guess the thing about this was, and I don't know why it is, but when I watch any racing movie,
you get so triggered.
Well, I hold it to a different standard, because for me, and again, this is for me, I want the plot, and if the movie is supposed to be serious, right? If it's not like a Ricky Bobby where it's just trying to be satire,
mm-hmm.
If it's going to be serious, then it better be based in some reality.
Mm-hmm.
And
so Brad Pitt being old, is that like when Jack, and you maybe made this reference before break, was that like for Jack at the hats in the Compton
I mean, kind
movie?
of. There ain't nobody driving F1 in their 60s.
Yeah, no, and I do,
or even their 50s.
I do agree with that. I think they wanted Brad Pitt, but they should have got more of a Brad Pitt type, because they said he was racing with Schumacher and everybody in the 90s. That wreck of his, that was based off of an actual wreck.
Yeah.
From the 90s.
Yeah.
the oldest person on the grid right now is Fernando Alonso, and he made his debut in like 2005, 2004.
Yeah, so that's not that long ago.
It's not that
I think
long
he
ago,
wasn't
but-
supposed to be playing his age. I think he was supposed to be playing a guy in his 50s. Now, that still probably doesn't.
Right,
Well, I mean,
but
but
that's-
that's still what I'm saying. They mentioned that he raced with Schumacher, which that would have been way too long.
Well, there's that part of it. There's the part of it that, like, just the general premise. And the general premise is, I mean, this is a team that has to win a race. Otherwise, the investors are going to sell. Just win a race. For all of the things in the storyline to take place over the course of the last 9 races or whatever it was of the season, it just took me out of it because it's so far-fetched. Teams that are that low on the totem pole, especially in F1, aren't going to go from being can't even finish in the top 10 to winning by the end of the season. That does not happen.
No,
Do
even
you
with
hold
just
all
a
sports
floor
movies
upgrade.
to this like level of rigor where you're like a movie filled with
some of them,
a bunch of like Bad News Bears? Those kids sucked.
Yeah, but Bad News Bears was
It's
a comedy.
I know, but I'm just saying like sports movies in general, like where it's like the worst to first. Like you hold it to that level of inspection?
Yeah,
Or
but
is it
that's
just
that's-
racing?
No, that's just part of it. That's
Okay.
just part. I mean, it's just, and I know why they do it. They do it. These movies are made for people. And listen, F1 was in tune with this whole deal. I mean, they promoted it and all this other stuff.
They were filming it during races between.
I mean, basically, Josh, what this was the Days of Thunder of F1.
In what way?
Days of Thunder was a vehicle for NASCAR to get more into the mainstream.
Sure.
And obviously, and I've documented my many problems with that film. It's all done to dumb things down so far, whereas an aficionado of the sport, it takes me out of it because it's like, this is senseless. If it would have been more of a satire, like a Ricky Bobby, then those are the types of things that it just takes me out of it. Right now.
So why do you think you? Oh, sorry.
No.
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
ask. So because Nick loves this, and by the way, Kent's there, so that's good. Nick loves Formula One.
Yes,
you love Formula One.
I do.
Why do you think that all of this is terrible for John, and yet you like very much celebrated this movie?
So,
hi Kent.
Hi,
Hello.
Kent. I'm glad Kent's here for this. My second rewatch, I've had a little more time to process and think, obviously, since the first time I saw it in this movie, I think tried its very best to toe the line for people to try to get new people into F1 and also for the F1 fans, because there's a lot of F1 Easter eggs and type of things happening in the movie that you would pick up on if you were a fan. And they tried to, I think they did a decent job of trying to bring in new people without kind of shoehorning it in. Like, during the race scenes when they would have those voices in the background explaining what's happening and what's going on.
Or the announcers?
Yeah, those are the TV announcers, specifically the Sky Sports broadcast announcers.
Yeah.
You wouldn't normally hear it like that over the intercom, but I think that was a really clever way of integrating that, because that is how they just do their broadcasts anyway. So it made it accessible. I think the upgrade thing, it's ridiculous because they had one upgrade that made them better at the last part of the season. I think that was more of just them trying to show you the mechanics of Formula One to like an audience who's new to it, where, hey, over the course of the season, you upgrade your car and then it gets better. I think they went too hard in the other direction to show that the upgrades make the cars better. But the way they had to do that was, they have to win. They win because of this upgrade. And it's like something that should have taken 3 years for a team to accomplish. They did in half of a season.
Yeah.
I think that's what the main issue with this movie is it tries too hard to
like I
ride
said,
the line between new people and
like I said,
current-
it tries to dumb things down to a point where everyone can understand.
Yeah.
And again, auto racing is unique. So to go back to your question, Josh, about do you take all sports movies this way? More people are in tune with the finer points of football and the finer points of baseball and the finer points of basketball and even the finer points of boxing. There's not as many people that are in tune with the finer points of auto racing.
So you feel like they can get away with more?
And so I think at times filmmakers try to get away with a little bit too much to make it seem too much like Fast and the Furious, which, obviously is, in the words of Al Michaels, farcical.
And you talking about them dumbing things down. The biggest problem in this entire movie is their whole Plan C for chaos thing. That was them intentionally wrecking other drivers, give the other one an advantage. That was an entire scandal. They call it Crashgate. That happened with Fernando Alonso, actually, and McLaren back in the early
Crashgate is what I would call it.
Back in the mid 2000s. It was a whole investigation. People got in trouble for that. And then it's weird to me that Formula One was okay with that being the central driving force of the movie, of how they started to work together.
All right. So with that said, Kent, we finally get to fold you into the conversation here. Sorry, we went down a different road because of where
basically, Kent, the question that I was asking John is, does he hold sports movies, and I didn't even mean it like racing movies, but to such rigorous viewpoints, because his big critique was Pitt's age, first of all, but then the team being so far down and able, climbing all the way up, because of course that would never happen in real life. So that was kind of how we ended up going down the road that we went.
Except it kind of has happened in real life a few times, and almost happened with the Drivers' Championship this year.
There you go, John. See, this is based on reality.
We hadn't had a little swapperino, Max.
Okay, Kent, the only reason that could have happened
Let's talk
is because
about the movie, not real life.
Max Verstappen is a god.
Gosh.
That's the
we
only
have
reason.
to talk about the movie, not real life.
Well, no, but the point is, it has happened in real life where somebody has come from that far back. There were some ridiculous things, the age being the most notable one, because Pitt's 50-something?
62.
62. And Kimi Antonelli's 18.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. The other thing, the crashing, right? They've outlawed that, and I think you're right. They made those cars faster in a real hurry. Let's put it that way. And that doesn't always happen. But on the other hand, this is the most realistic racing that's ever been seen on screen, period. And I mean, they went out of their way. Some of the cars are the real cars. Most of them are Formula 2 cars that were refitted to be Formula 1 cars, in part because you don't want to be out there wrecking $3 million cars or putting Brad Pitt and, here, go as fast as you can. This car is $4 million, So that to me is what made the movie. And this is the biggest box office sports movie of all time, period.
That's crazy.
Really?
Yeah, international. This is an international sport.
Well, it makes sense because it is an international sport. You're right.
And it is the biggest box office sports movie ever. And it's a sports movie.
Yeah.
And it follows the almost cliched story, right? I mean, there are 5 or 6 sports movie storylines. This is one of them. Executed okay, but to me, what made this movie is the racing scenes and how realistic they are, and how they really did try to show you kind of what Formula One is like. I think it was brilliant that they hired the 2 guys from Sky Sports to do the narration of the races. So you got a sense of what because they know they didn't have Bernie on, though. She could have explained the tire strategy.
It's a funny joke. Laugh at Kent's funny joke.
Good one.
Now,
Kent.
in fairness, Talladega Nights had the Fox and NBC announcers during, and that.
Now, I do want to push back on you quick, though, John. I don't agree with you where you said it's like the Days of Thunder or Formula One movies, because
I think it was.
I know.
I mean, it is in the sense it was used as a promotional vehicle.
Yes.
By the organizing body.
But the detail that they did go into this movie was better than, because Days of Thunder, he shifts 20 times to get around Daytona.
Yes, and but again, that's one of those continuity issues that I spoke about. Like,
but this movie doesn't have that.
That does. Like those
shift.
upgrades. The upgrades.
Yeah, the upgrade. But
there's no way that. I mean, there's no way that they would have an upgrade that Brad Pitt just walks in and says, "Hey, did you think about doing this?" And then they do it in F1, and then it just starts working like that.
That does happen, though. There are drivers that
not to the point where it takes a team that's never finished in the top 10 to winning.
They hired him for his experience and expertise. I'm talking purely like the on the track stuff though. Everywhere where he would shift down and shift up.
Oh
on those
yeah,
tracks,
yeah.
That was
Kent's right. From a racing perspective, it was funny. And again, my perspective only. The cars looked slow to me.
Well, that's because they were F2 cars.
I know. I know.
The
cars didn't look slow to me.
I think it should be. Lewis Hamilton was heavily involved in this, and I think
he was a producer, wasn't he?
And also, like, he took those guys and taught them how to drive and stuff, and it was like,
which is very admirable.
Boys. The other thing about the racing that I think is really interesting, and it's what it helped it, is this movie was being filmed before the actors' strike. The actors strike. The actors went on strike, and that gave Pitt and everybody else, the other drivers, main ones, 4 more months to practice. And they got a lot better at it, which helped the racing scenes. Is they got during the pandemic, they were out driving their cars because they had nothing else to do.
It is a good way to get good pretty quick. I want to go back to the Lewis Hamilton because he was a producer. It was his idea to use the crash because it was a Martin Donnelly crash in 1993.
Mm-hmm.
That was actual footage. Lewis Hamilton went to his family and they asked him if they could use that for Pitt's character's crash because that actually happened. That was real life footage of that wreck. And I think Lewis Hamilton's influence was also felt in the very last race.
Well, yeah, he was actually winning.
Well,
so.
no, there was a caution at the end of the race that affected who won the race.
Yes,
that's very much what happened in 2021. I think it was a little bit of venting on his part too.
It could have, it could have been. Yeah, no question that visually it works, and from a technical racing perspective, it absolutely works. Now, in terms of like the story, or because again, it's the old, as Kent said, there's like 5 different plot lines to sports movies. This is the classic
old versus young,
getting
the girl, worst to first. But it's impossible to make a new sports movie that doesn't have some cliches in it.
Oh, sure, yeah. In terms of how they executed that, what did you think, Ken?
Other than the way that, let's just say he wouldn't be having a relationship with his engineer. All right. That's not going to happen.
That would not happen.
That to me was the only part of it and I felt like the rest of it, they executed pretty well, even though it wasn't entirely realistic what would have happened, but that's a sports movie. But yeah, that was the only in there was like, that probably wouldn't have happened, but they had to have their romantic interest. So they found a way to do that.
I don't think they had to have a romantic interest. I think this movie would have stood fine without having a romantic interest.
I agree with that, but they were going for the biggest, you put
They're not
that
going for you.
interest, you're expanding the audience.
I get that. I just think Formula One lends itself to enough natural drama that they didn't need to also include that.
And you're thinking it's too much through your own lens, though.
That's fair.
Yeah, because again, it's not made necessarily for racing people or sports
they got to get
people.
me. They needed people like me to want to go see this.
And Josh insists on having, the romantic angle in every movie.
Kissing if I'm going to go see a movie. It's so funny you listen to all 3 you talk about this because I think you all sound like huge dorks. It's like, do the cars go vroom, vroom fast? And they did. So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed hanging out for a couple hours.
And that sounds ridiculous.
It does. But like, you guys are like, you're getting so in the weeds about it. And I'm just like, did it entertain me for a couple hours? And it did. I've seen it twice now. It entertained me both times. I'd watch it again. Now, I do think, and Ken, we talked about it during the summer when it came out. It's a bummer that, like, I know we've joked about it with you. It is way better on the big screen. It is so loud, and and the visuals are really good.
Seeing this in IMAX was an
it's cool. Seeing movies in theaters is awesome because they're so loud and just so big. But it was still fun watching it on my high definition TV at home.
Also, John, warn your wife. This movie features a song by Ed Sheeran written for the movie.
Oh, she's gonna hate that song.
I'm guessing she's not going to watch this movie anyway.
I actually really like that song. It's cheesy, but in a fun way. And they started playing after the movie came out. They started playing it after the driver celebrations in actual Formula One.
The big, by the way, Kent, because he wasn't in on the conversation. My wife has told me she is not a fan of songs that appear in movies when she hears them outside of the movie. So in other words, like
any of the Bond songs,
if she hears it on the radio, not interested. If it's, Kenny Loggins, not interested. If it's in the movie, like, Top Gun, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
She's fine with it in the movie, but if the song plays on the radio, she turns it off. It's
okay. Now that I've never heard it before.
Neither had I.
Such a specific
it blew
critique.
me away. It started many months ago. We were driving into Omaha. We were actually leaving for a Creighton trip, and a TV. We were listening to one of the 80s channels or the 70s. I don't remember what channel it was, but one of the TV themes came on.
Welcome back.
And it was actually, I think it was either Magnum PA or Rockford Files, which are two of my favorite TV themes of all time. And they were actually top 40 hits, right? And she reaches for the radio and turns it. I said, "What'd you do that for?" And I turn it back. And she's like, "I don't like hearing TV or movie themes when it's not in the TV or the movie." And literally that debate took us all the way from Ashland to Creighton's campus.
Incredible.
I was blown away by it.
Okay, like I say, I've never heard that ever. Now, not liking an Ed Sheeran song, I've heard a lot of that.
It's a great song, and Ed Sheeran's an incredible artist.
I don't even know what song you're talking about.
It's called Drive.
Yeah, cool.
And I think it's also for the non-Formula One people out there. There are a lot of the real drivers and actual crew people and all that are in throughout this movie. And it's kind of fun to see them. And you'll never see these cars again in another movie because they'll all be different in 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Is that when they start testing?
Yeah, it is. Hell, even by the time this movie aired, the cars weren't the same because they were filming a lot of the scenes of this movie over the course of the 2022 and 2023 season, I believe. And obviously cars and upgrades, they change a lot, especially over 2 years.
So this next season, they're going to look a lot more like Ford Pintos and Chevy Vegas.
Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes. Yeah. Vegas. Aluminum engine.
Don't rear end the Pinto. Just be careful. Don't rear end the Pinto.
Red Bull is working with a Ford power unit now. So.
Oh, well, they're screwed.
Don't hit Max wrong.
Max will be so far out in front, you won't be able to hit him.
Oh, maybe not, Kent.
Well,
I've heard the Mercedes engine is better.
That's F1. We made it through okay.
Yeah, I'm happy. Kent, we were worried about you. We are happy that you are okay.
Yes.
Well, I had some technological issues, shall we say. For some reason, my computer wouldn't let me onto the notification or the text message on X.
Because you need the numbers now.
Yeah.
They're putting codes.
X did that thing where they took something that worked and made it worse.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, and you're in a
it won't let me in.
You're in a different room again?
I am, because I was having technological meltdown and was about to go with the phone option.
You're just in a different room in the house. You're not away.
Yes. I am in the kitchen.
I was going to say that looks like a kitchen. I know a kitchen chair when I've seen one, and there's one behind you right now.
For sure, the definitive kitchen chair.
It really is.
It's a great kitchen chair. It's an awesome kitchen chair.
We've all sat in one of those over the years.
Okay, so there's F1. It's on Apple TV.
Mm-hmm.
Next week.
By the way, F1, if you're interested in watching the actual racing, it's also on Apple TV this season.
Oh, how convenient.
Apple has the TV
Very
rights.
interesting.
Yep.
And Apple has there's some really, did you watch from the in the car features they put on there, the little segments where you ride with the drivers? That's
no,
fun.
not yet. Okay.
Yeah, those are fun.
By the way, real quick recommendation, if you have Amazon Prime, the John Candy documentary.
I've heard that thing is awesome.
I Like Me.
Yeah, very
Is
good.
that good?
It's very good. I enjoyed it.
Is that your pick for next week?
No. It's not my pick for next week.
Okay.
I sent you my pick.
I know. I was theater of the mind.
I see.
Yeah.
No. I just happened to. Well, I've always wanted to see it.
Okay.
You know,
It just came out last year, right?
within the last month.
Oh, okay.
I think
so
it's been out for a month or maybe 6 weeks.
It's very new. Okay.
Yeah, it's really good. It's on Amazon Prime. It's called John Candy, I Like Me.
All right.
But our movie next week will go to HBO Max. And I have chosen, this is another new-ish one.
Yeah, it came out in the early fall because I watched it like right when it came out.
It is Mountainhead. Steve Carell. Among
Okay.
others.
The guy who directed this is the creator of Succession.
Oh,
If you liked the show
I
Succession.
did like Succession.
Mm-hmm. Has anybody seen this? Am I the only one who's
I've
seen
not
this?
seen
haven't
it.
seen
I've
this.
not
Ken,
seen
did
it.
you see Mountainhead?
No.
Okay.
I believe it is a kind of a dark comedy-esque.
Yeah, I don't really want to give anything away. I mean, it's very interesting. It's a very interesting movie. I think there will be good discussion that will come out of this movie.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's Mountainhead. It's on HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
Kent, got any plans tonight?
No, honestly.
See, this was the wrong time for you to stop covering basketball.
I
You got
know
a big
they're
game
actually
tonight.
good now, Kent.
Yeah, no, I'll probably watch it, but the AP has so changed what we write that there's never any reason for more than one person to be there, and Eric's going, so I'll watch at home.
Nice.
All right.
Excellent.
Well, Ole will do a fine job, and Kent can go to the bathroom at his leisure and have his own snacks and not have to worry about dealing with crowds.
I love going to the bathroom at my own leisure.
Or walking across the bridge from the parking lot there north of the arena across the railroad into that'll be brisk tonight.
Yeah. It's brisk right now.
Uh-huh.
Very brisk.
Haven't seen the sun today.
Well, Kent, hope your new year went well, and thanks. Glad you could join us here this week, and we'll look ahead to next Friday.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you, Kent. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
Kent.
Kent Wogelman of the Lincoln Journal-Star.
Excellent.
Thank God. I was worried.
What? Oh, yeah.
Too.
I just didn't want to lose him.
I know. Yeah.
Kent and I colluded. We
lose him.
Kent and I picked this movie together.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, it was
I
collusion.
was trying to think if there's any sort of like equivalent if we did a football movie and the critiques that I would have about a football movie. Can you even come up with that for this, like the things that happened? Beyond, I guess, if like a high school quarterback was 5 years old and was leading them to a state championship.
I think a good example, at least for a football movie, would be it's not Varsity Blues. What's the one we can't stand?
You and I can't stand?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
don't like Varsity Blues. We both hate Varsity Blues.
Oh, it was. Yes,
Yeah.
I was
That
thinking.
movie sucked.
I was confusing it with Friday Night Lights.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Varsity Blues.
Yeah.
Basically, the movies sometimes, I'm not saying F1 was like this, but it kind of trends in that direction where sometimes it just goes so over the edge with its simpleton that it's just no.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
gonna
the part about it, and Greg and Lincoln says the actual football and Remember the Titans was rough. That might be true, but a positive about watching sports movies for popular American sports is like they don't need to explain anything. They're not like, here's a touchdown. They're down by 5, so if they score, they're going to win the game.
Right.
You know,
That's a great point.
They don't have that kind of announcement.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about the only thing.
I liked the driving. Vroom, vroom.
I did.
But
like the driving.
I knew I was not going to be wowed by the game.
No,
Because again, in most forms of auto racing, the ability for you to feel like you're in the car happens in every race.
Yeah. I guess when Josh talks about the camera angles, my main one was the one they had on the nose.
Yeah,
where
I don't talk. No,
it's like
the one where the camera goes
driver
like this
and
and
then
goes, and
yeah.
it turns to another car.
Ugh.
It's never happened before. You
It blows
dork.
me. Yeah, it does. They got
It literally doesn't.
Yeah, it does. They got the camera on the roof of the NASCAR and it flips it around. You can see the guy behind him.
I don't watch NASCAR, so I don't understand these
That
differences.
see, I do.
Joe,
And so stuff like that doesn't impress me much.
Joe,
It don't
I
impress.
don't think
me
anything
much.
impresses you though. You never seem like impressed. You're never like.
When was the
"Whoa."
last time you were wowed? Was it
I'll
1977?
tell you what I was impressed about.
What?
Kurt Signetti in Indiana.
Oh,
That impressed me.
Oh, let's talk some playoff.
All right, we'll do that next on 1620 The Zone. So we got 1.5 good playoff games.
I still think we got 2, but part of that is the schadenfreude of watching Ohio State go down. I did think
because you're a football pervert.
The game was really, really interesting, though. Even when it was 14-0, I did not think it was
and
over.
And in fairness, I did not see it.
Yeah, I thought that game was good, but certainly last night's game was easily the best so far. Easily.
Absolutely incredible. Watching those two quarterbacks go back and forth and it was almost like if they would have made this into a football movie, I would have said there's no way that happened.
This isn't realistic.
It's not realistic
Terrible
enough.
Camera angles as well.
But to watch Trinidad and
Gunnar Stockton.
Thank you.
I'm trying.
By the way, have we ever had a matchup? Well, we did because they played earlier this season, but we had Trinidad versus Gunnar.
Nice.
But it was a lot of fun. There were great defensive plays. I mean,
such a high scoring affair.
The play on the last drive, where it was the second play of Ole Miss's last drive, when that poor kid got sawed in half on that incomplete pass where he kind of reaches back behind him and it was like, oh my God, I'm surprised he got up. Even right down to the finish where we got 2 false finishes.
We did, yeah.
Which was peak Big Ten officiating. But just the drama of it all, and I'm gonna say it right now, man.
Yeah,
Ole Miss is my team. I want these guys to win. This story is so interesting.
Well, how about this? Brett McMurphy tweeted not that long ago that there is now just more wondering of who is going to continue coaching them.
We don't know.
I'm going to find it. He tweeted out, this is within the last hour. It's unclear which Ole Miss coaches will be allowed to continue with the Rebels in the playoffs, sources told Chris Lowe. Charlie Weiss Jr., who's the OC, Kevin Smith, running backs coach, George McDonald, wide receivers, and Joe Cox, tight ends, followed Lane Kiffin and signed contracts with LSU. An Ole Miss source told On3 they plan for some assistants not to return and are ready if that happens. Like, man, John, we play sports. We coach sports. We watch sports for a variety of reasons. Yes, money is going to be a driving part of every level of athletics now. But ultimately, you play and you coach to win a championship. That is the goal. The ultimate goal in any level of sport is to win a championship, a division championship, a conference championship, a national championship, a Super Bowl, whatever it may be. It is nuts how this group is now 2 games away. First of all, this is now the greatest Ole Miss season. Richard Johnson has been saying this a lot lately, since color television. This is the greatest season of your lifetime, of my lifetime, of my parents' lifetime. Almost everyone who watches college football, darn near everyone who is listening right now, was not alive when Ole Miss won their last claimed national championship. They are now 1 game away from playing in it, which they have never done because there weren't national championship games back in 1960. And they are 2 games away from winning the whole thing. It is crazy how, again, they might have to just deal with more coaches leaving. And what they have been able to do, because I am blown away that they are now this far, because I think Lane Kiffin's a really good coach. And so it's one thing to win a game in spite of a guy. You can't win a game in spite of Lane Kiffin against Georgia. That's when it comes down to great execution and great coaching and great play calling and great decision making.
Well, it's the drama of it all. You literally don't know. I mean, there were stories last week about how, with everyone, in the tampering period, now we're not in the tampering period, we're actually in the portal period, but you had all those offensive coaches like Charlie Weiss Jr. and others who are all going to LSU, who had come back for this run, which LSU and Lane Kiffin just assumed would be 1 game.
Yeah, they thought
which is why there's a bit uncertainty as to what's going to happen. And but the game's next Thursday.
Correct. They're playing in the first game.
They're playing next Thursday, so they have a week to prepare. And oh, by the way, the portal started today. Charlie Weiss Jr. did not rejoin Ole Miss today. He flew back to Baton Rouge because
it's the portal.
Because LSU's dealing with the portal. And just the notion that you have all these distractions and yet you're still coordinating an attack plan and trying to coach kids up and get them ready for an opponent like Georgia and Kirby Smart, who's arguably the best coach in the game. And then you're able to go out and do it. So it almost says sometimes, I'm not saying this all the time because I know coaches are very important, but sometimes you can just let the kids play.
And that's what Chambliss did last night.
And that's what Chambliss did last night.
Dude, that one
he just
stretch,
went out and played.
That one stretch, and every highlight package shows the 3 plays back to back to back, where he is just delivering throws and escaping pressure. There's the one where the sky cam loses him for a moment because of how far around he runs. And also that was the play, if I remember right, that Lacey gets absolutely smoked.
Yes.
Somehow stays up and picks up the extra yard. And then the absolute rope that he threw down the sidelines, the 2-point conversion, which McElroy was like, we got to show this one again. This 2-point conversion was crazy because the first time they showed it, it's behind the angle. And you see when he lets go, the receiver it's not that he hasn't even turned. He's behind the defensive back. You can't even see him. And then he turns the back shoulder touchdown. And I said this, I texted Schaefer last night. I said, I hate how impressed I am by Gunnar Stockton. That guy was a gamer last night.
Yes.
He got folded like a wallet 2 or 3 times, and he always snapped back up.
He always came back, rushed for 3 touchdowns. I thought, and a lot of people have talked about how Georgia managed the end of that game.
Terrible. Right? Bad. On third down, they should have run the ball.
They should have run the ball.
Because there would have been 10 seconds.
Spread the field and ran him on a quarterback draw out of the shotgun. Because even if he doesn't make it,
the clock goes down.
You're going to run
seconds.
the clock down because giving Chambliss and Ole Miss a minute.
Yep.
And
Just
we've already seen with the Rams' future field goal kicker. Because I tweeted at him twice last night. Got to draft this kid when he's available.
Nice. Hopefully they saw it.
But we already saw him bang 2
50-plus yarders.
50-plus yarders
career high
with ease.
And then another career high.
So you knew all they needed to do was, it was basically like playing like you're the Dallas Cowboys. Just get to the 40-yard line and you're going to be fine. And that's what Ole Miss could do. And you're giving Ole Miss and Chambliss, who's playing like that,
a minute and a timeout still.
59 seconds to go from the 25 and basically gain 30 yards. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm pretty stunned by I'm stunned by a couple moments from Kirby last night. I'm stunned by that, and I'm stunned by the fake punt, and just not the fake punt, the punting team running on, and there could be confusion, and then they bring Gunnar Stockton back on. This is when Georgia is down by 3. They're down for the first time in the second half, and then the left tackle. There seemed to be confusion on if they were running a play or not because they snapped it so early in the play clock. The play clock. The left tackle stands there. Left tackle stands there. The edge rusher just comes screaming by, smokes Gunnar Stockton. 1 or 2 plays later, suddenly it's a 10-point lead. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Again though, Chambliss, that guy is so much fun. He is throwing the ball all over the place. His receivers in the first half were letting him down a little bit. The missed face mask late, of course. Like I'm so happy that Ole Miss won because first of all, I didn't want Georgia to win, but I'm really happy that Ole Miss was able to win because that face mask would have really gone down in the annals of, oh my gosh, because
that was a Travis Oaks special right there.
Yeah. And how about so I heard this story today. Their kicker, he didn't even kick it that far back in warmups because he didn't think that he had the leg. He'd been struggling as of late. They were wondering how good was he going to do. And then he bangs in 3 massive kicks, including the 2 from 50 plus, and then the game winner. And you're right. Like all of them would have been good from 60 at the very least?
Oh, at the very, very least.
Yeah, incredible.
And Indiana. It's been a long time since we've seen an Alabama team look like that. That was an Alabama team that, at least on defense, they quit. They couldn't,
especially the last couple.
They couldn't. They kind of just threw their hands up, and Indiana just bludgeoned the ever-loving crap out of them. Just bludgeoned the crap out of them. And I'm not saying I'm not saying this as I am surprised. I'm not surprised Indiana won. I thought they would win. I didn't think Alabama had enough horses, especially in the running game.
Correct.
To match. If they were going to just try to beat Indiana by throwing the ball all over the place, it's just not going to work. And how, defensively, that Indiana team dialed in. They had lost one of their best pass rushers, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Mendoza, oftentimes, a guy wins a Heisman Trophy and then in the postseason they don't show up.
Yep.
He showed up.
Yep, he was fine. The end of the first half, I thought, was the real moment where it was like Indiana's Alabama, and Alabama is the equivalent of Indiana in the playoff, where Bama, they're down by 10. They're finally starting to move the ball. Ball gets punched out, and then Indy goes right down the field, and they score. I mean, it pretty much felt like a dagger. It was like 17-0. It's going to be hard. And then the second half starts. They get a quick stop right down the field. It's 24-0 in the blink of an eye. They are so impressive. And it's so funny because in Big Ten country, we watch them a lot, and it still seems so obvious how few people were, because there was the quotes from Saban where all of his golfing buddies were like, yeah, they're going to kill him. I heard a story. I was listening to Split Zone Duo this morning. Richard Johnson said he spoke with a Georgia coach, and they were like, yeah, Alabama's going to kill him. It's like, you're just not watching this team. This is not a cute story anymore. This is a force.
This is, part of this, yes, is, and coaches still do this. As smart as some coaches are, or football people can be, we still do a lot of window shopping.
Yeah.
The name Indiana across the chest, still, it's like it fools the eye and the brain into thinking that doesn't go with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't believe it. And then the other part of it is, the cream puff Kurt schedule. But then all you had to do,
that was last
turn
year.
on the film of the Oregon game.
Turn on the film of the
Turn
Iowa
on the
game.
film
Turn on
of the Ohio State game.
Exactly.
They belong. And not
There's
only,
no doubt about it. They're going to win the national championship, I think.
So you're saying one person came in, did a slight upgrade, and now you think they're going to win it all? That's an F1 reference.
Oh, okay. I didn't get it.
Well, that's the thing, though. Signetti didn't do a slight upgrade. He did a massive upgrade. A massive upgrade. And you can, you just see it in some people. And I don't mean to turn this back into, but seriously,
I know
and I know it became kind of a meme, the serious look, the furrowed eyebrow, never smiling. But you watch this guy, you listen to this guy, and then you see how it matches how his team plays, and you understand, hey, here's how this guy takes this program and makes it into something better. Yes, the players obviously are the biggest part. And he brought in a lot of those players.
See, but that's the other thing.
But it's that attention to detail. It's that eye for talent.
Yes. And you know what, too?
He's got all of those things. And then you look at the way he leads. I saw someone was arguing on Twitter about this guy would be worse to play for than Bo.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? And I get why players love playing for Bo. I'm not even here to talk about Bo Pelini and criticize or do anything like that. I get exactly why people would want to play for Curt Cignetti, because this is a dude who knows what he wants. He goes out and gets it. He demands something out of you. And then when you perform, great things happen.
Yeah.
Competitors,
what more could you want?
Competitors at this high level lust for leadership like this.
Yeah. Their level of play, because I've watched them a lot this year, it is steady. And that's the thing that I think impresses me the most now, as I've watched them X amount of times. They're always the same. They never, a moment unfolds, they get sacked twice on their first drive. Doesn't bother them, that doesn't affect them. They had an early turnover in the Ohio State game. Didn't bother them. They threw a pick 6 in the game in Eugene. Didn't bother them. Like, they are always.
They were losing for most of the game at Iowa City.
Didn't bother them.
Mendoza had his worst game of the year in Iowa City.
And then what did he do? He delivered the throw of the game, and they won.
And they
walked
won
them off, essentially. Like, they are Like I know people around here.
They
Like,
are so steady.
They are, and this is like we had a question in content earlier in the year that was like, is this the greatest coaching job ever? And it was still like, man, that seems early. But this is, in my lifetime, I've never seen this, and I don't think I ever will. I mean, what he has done with this program, with guys from JMU, and you're right, you said something there. His ability to identify talent, he is seeing something. And he knows that he is able to raise their level of play. He has his coordinators that have been with him forever.
Right. Now, I'm not saying Mendoza. I mean, Mendoza was good where he was. But he wasn't the most sought-after quarterback in the portal last year.
Number one draft pick.
Indiana just didn't go out and steal everybody's 5 stars.
Yeah.
They went out and identified people that they thought had it and could fit what they and what he wanted to do. And it fit like a glove.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is OJ trying on the glove and trying to make something fit that don't fit.
We're looking for the best available. No, they're looking for the best for them. And they find it.
And they did. And yesterday was a perfect example of how it all came together. And again, I wasn't, again, not surprised that they won. I'm just impressed.
Yeah, I thought that they were going to win by 2 to 3 touchdowns. I thought they'd win by 14 to 20.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a game that could be a game going into the fourth quarter, and then they'll make a play or a couple of plays, kind of similar to the Oregon game, where they would just winning time.
Yeah.
Which by and of itself against
still would be
that
like, whoa, look at
program
Indiana.
And against a good coach like DeBoer would be impressive. Yesterday was 95 Nebraska-esque.
Yeah, I mean, they really whooped them. They really did.
I'm not saying this Indiana team is 95 Nebraska. I'm just saying what they did to a team of that caliber was 95 Nebraska-esque.
Yeah.
And you're right. They're probably going to win the title.
Yeah,
they're probably going to win the title.
I mean, it's hard to beat a team twice, right? So they're not going to play Oregon, and that game, as we talked about earlier, very, very ugly. You know, it's funny in the moment. I'm like, why does Oregon keep going for it on 4th down in all these situations? But their lack of respect for Texas Tech's offense was obvious. You know that they were like,
it was warranted.
It was warranted because Texas Tech finally moved the ball a couple times, and then they would turn it over. And at a certain point, their defense they weren't able to hold up. You know, even though I thought Texas Tech defense played pretty good.
I actually came away very, very impressed by Texas Tech's defense because they were put behind the 8 ball time after time and time again. And eventually it just became too much.
Yes, that's going to happen to a team that their defense can't hold up. And, you know, last year we saw Indiana make it to the playoff kind of out of nowhere, and very much out of nowhere. It was like, okay, can they get better? Texas Tech, this was a little bit more predictive because they spent so much money. Now they're going to have to figure out, you know, what to do on the offensive side of the ball. But you see, it sucks. So you didn't watch any of the Miami of Ohio State game. The one thing, my takeaway from that I had been wondering all year, and we talked about them, like there was this reverence and respect that I think you have to give the defending champs, especially one that is just, they're winning games in such a boring fashion that it's like, well, maybe that's just how it's going to be all year. The one thing that I always wondered, though, was do they have the second gear? Do they have that where they can just, what does a driver do? They do this and they go faster.
Called shifting.
That. I'm a automatic guy. Did they have that?
The automatic shifts for you, but
thank you, Carr. Did they have that? And then they go up against, and Tilo says those Miami rush ends, good Lord. They go up for the second straight game against a defensive line that can get pressure. And I liked Julian Sayin all year. I never thought that he was like this. Julian Sayin is the prince that was promised. Like, I've seen princes who were promised. I didn't think he was that. And sure enough, like all of that kind of came home to roost for them.
And you know which team was punished by its schedule? It was Ohio State.
Absolutely.
Because they did not play a great Big Ten schedule this year.
And
they played a down Michigan team. And when they faced Texas.
First of all, it was week 1.
It was week 1.
And Texas had issues this year.
But
you're right. They did play Oregon.
If they rematch that game, I'm taking Texas.
Yeah.
Because Arch is playing a lot better.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, I'm with you. Like all year long, that was like a real problem. Now they were winning by so many points. It was like, okay, well,
right.
But
they were out talenting people, but they weren't necessarily outplaying people.
And you know, one of the critiques that I've seen from Ohio State people over the last 2 days now is they made a cognizant decision this year to slow games down and to have fewer possessions, and that works. In college football, when you're Ohio State against 99%,
especially when you got a young quarterback.
But man, when you have to play in a game against evenly matched teams, you should want more possessions because that gives you more chances to fail, but more chances to succeed. And they had 10 possessions all night. And, they had some mistakes early on. They missed the field goal at the end of the first half. And suddenly they're down 14-0. And it's like, whoa, it's going to take a while to crawl back. And they got close. But then, man, Miami.
But then Miami came right back and
then
marched it down the field and took it right to him.
Weird clock management at the very end of the game, too, by Day, not calling the timeout when he did or didn't. Look, I love college football. I'm here no matter what. This is like a Final Four that I could have never dreamed of a decade ago, where it's like weird. There's two teams that have never won a natty that are playing each other, Oregon and Indiana. The others are Ole Miss, who last won, I believe, in 62. It's somewhere thereabouts, which is almost like a different era of the sport. And then Miami, which
hasn't won since 02 or 01.
01, yeah. And so it's like, wow, this is like really cool. Like, I think this is awesome that we get this. And I don't know, you ask me every day for the next, week before the games, I will always say Indiana. I'm going to go back and forth on that other game, I think, every day. There's some days where I'm like, man, do you really want to pick against Chambliss again? And then on the other hand, I'm like, yeah, but that Miami defensive line could wreck them, So I can't. Both of those games, I think, are really intriguing.
I think they are very, very intriguing. All we can hope for is whatever matchup we get in the title game doesn't turn into a rout.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, D'Lo says this is why the playoff was created. Yeah, it reminded me of, in a way, of the first playoff. That year, a 4 beat a 1. Ohio State beat Bama. And I know that those are blue bloods, but it was like, okay, this is good because you needed like almost this proof of it's good to let a non-top 2 team in. This year, Miami think about that. The lightning rod pick is in the semifinal. And they had to go through the defending champs to do so. And then you have Indiana and Oregon, and like this is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Maybe they should just keep expanding it, John, and who knows what we can
do.
Maybe auto births for everybody.
Good.
Auto births for everybody.
Auto? Like a car?
Not like a car. Manual births for everybody.
Like a car?
Like a car.
1 beer Friday for everybody.
Not like a car.
They're over 21.
And don't drive.
Mm-hmm.
It's Cross Strains 1 beer Friday. It's coming up next. We're going to review our 10 questions.
Oh, boy.
And we can continue to revisit what happened in Vegas that didn't stay in Vegas. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Throw. 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 Throw.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Yeah, I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator. Or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Happy New Year!
You already cracked it.
Well, yeah, because Nick. Well.
Oh, you guys split it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see.
yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
you were having the same.
I'll
one.
have what he's having.
Yeah, we split it. We have well, I think we're all doing the same one, aren't
Yeah. Yep. Dial 9 for beer. Some casual pint
we?
IPA.
Dial 9 for beer.
That's good. I like that.
Like drinking beer out of a coffee mug.
That is tasty.
It's a
It's quenchy. It's real quenchy.
it's a low ABV.
Yeah. 5.1. 5.1.
It's called Dial 9 for beer.
Mm-hmm.
Which wasn't that the name of the Hitchcock movie, Dial 9 for Murder?
Oh, is that what it was? Is that the reference?
I believe so.
Nice. Good stuff from Cross Train.
Cross Drain, the official sponsor of One Beer Friday. If you would like to send us a picture of what you're drinking to start the new year, probably maybe there's some leftovers from the new year.
Oh yeah, always.
Send us a pic. What it is you're drinking. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Send it to us in our social media at USC 1620 JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. And Nick will pick one at random, and we'll get you a $25 gift card to Cross Drain.
That is awesome, Nick. You are a fine producer.
Thank you.
Am I a jerk, John, if I just
Yes.
went back and found an email from an Ohio State fan from September that said they were going to win the national championship after I refuted them, and I responded and said, I told you so?
Wow.
Shout out to you, Ross. We appreciate you listening. I know I do. But I also like reminding you when Ohio State goes down.
They still beat the pee out of Michigan, though.
I'd rather have this than the other. Last year was, in a way, more painful.
By the way, congratulations, Kyle Whittingham, on throwing your entire reputation down the drain by taking that job. But hey, whatever.
In the
You
eyes
do
of
you.
just John, nobody else otherwise cares.
Yeah, whatever. He'll be able to
Hey, look.
retire on whatever money it is. The sad thing is,
I told you they were going to get a good coach.
they don't deserve it.
I know, but that's not.
I hope they fail.
not how
Kyle
the-
Whittingham, I hope you fail miserably because guess what? You're Michigan and you are bad people.
Yeah, well, you know what?
It has been proven now.
That's not
They're
how the
bad
world
people.
works. Good things happen to bad people all the time. Nick Sirianni won a Super Bowl.
But he's not a bad person.
How do
Only
you
in
know?
your eyes.
Nah, that guy probably sucks. I've never gotten anything good with my sports team, and I'm a great guy.
No, you're not.
Look at
And that doesn't mean it. You don't have no control over how your
but
team
I
wins.
root for them.
Is that a new
From my parents. Wow, aren't my parents awesome? Even though you called it ugly earlier, whatever you
Well,
said.
it is ugly. I mean,
It's
it says
glorious.
Cowboys.
It's
Look
like
at
the
this.
sports version of wearing the scarlet letter.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's like the sports version of saying, I love you, mom and dad.
Parents gave you an SS uniform. Would you wear that too?
No, they would never do that because I would never ask for it.
Oh,
Designated Hitler.
So, but if you
They
did
got
ask
off of my
for it,
list. Well, it's on the list. That's an
I
over.
can see your
Josh
mom. I
says-
can see your mom. What did Josh want for Christmas this year? Well, he wanted an SS uniform. and-
Josh said, listen, I know they were bad guys, but the designs.
Did you watch any of the Christmas game?
Surprisingly, yes. Surprisingly,
Really?
yes. Yeah, because it was on. We did my mom's side. We did it at My grandparents' church has another building.
A Bible?
No. Has another,
they don't have a Bible?
Has another. They
kind
do.
of
They have
church
many
is this?
Bibles.
Many Bibles.
They have a separate building for like events, and so
Yeah, it's like a little,
Yeah.
a little
Little
auditorium.
segregated
yeah.
building.
Stop it.
That's what it is.
So we were there. There's a TV. It was on. I barely watched it there, but then I got home and I saw like the fourth quarter. And I had Dallas in my pick of my Dallas minus 6.5. So I was very happy when they covered that for a nice 6-0 weekend.
Yeah, I didn't watch much of the. I watched the Green Bay Baltimore game. That was interesting.
That was very interesting. I watched more of the Vikings Lions game than I did the Cowboys game.
I think
I barely watched any of the Chiefs Broncos game though. Barely any of that game.
Oh, I'm conflating the different games. That's right, because the Chiefs Broncos was Christmas, right?
Yeah, that was Christmas night.
What was Packers?
That was a Saturday.
That's what it was. All these damn days, man. This is the best part about getting these holidays out of the way. Is now
we are going to get back into normal time.
Now I can think that ends are weekends again and weekdays are weekdays again because it's all blending together.
Yeah,
all of us blending together.
Yeah, for sure.
We thought we would go back and revisit now, finally, our 10 questions. 10 questions, 10 Husker questions from the beginning of the season where we made predictions on how certain aspects of Nebraska football would go.
Okay.
And we now have, because the season is over,
the
final results. The first question had to do with the percentage of run plays. Now, this is not sack adjusted or a passing attempt or slight sack adjusted.
Sack adjusted, yeah, you got it right. This is just raw.
This is just raw data because remember in the NCAA, sacks come off the rushing total.
So dumb. Fix it, NCAA.
And I win the poll.
Oh, rats.
I said it was going to be 51%. Josh said 49.5. The final total was 54.5.
Yeah, and honestly, if it was sack adjusted, you would be even closer to being correct.
Yeah,
if it was
because
54.5, you take out X amount. I
sacks.
mean, they had Dylan Raiola famously.
Yeah.
27 sacks, 9 against Minnesota. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
9 sacks.
By the way, 9 times this season, Nebraska attempted more rushes than passes in a game. So 9 out of the 13 games, they ran it more than they passed.
Whoa, and yet they... Oh, never mind. We were predicting run percentage. Okay.
Right, but I'm just saying in
That's
terms of...
interesting, though. That ended up being almost 50-50. I guess 46. Okay.
So that was question number 1.
Okay.
Question number 2, we wanted to know, or we asked, what was going to be Dylan's final totals. And really neither of us won. I mean, Josh was closer on the yards because he finished right at 2,000 yards.
That's crazy.
But Josh went 2765. I had 3,005. He had 2,000 yards. Touchdowns, we split the difference. I was a couple above and you were a couple below. Interceptions, he had 6. You thought he'd have 9. I thought he had 10. So really no one won that question, but a lot of that too was because he didn't.
Now, I did bake that when this was one where I remember baking in
right.
injuries.
You just needed to bake a little longer.
Yes. Well, honestly, I baked
it. Was a little mushy in the middle. Need to bake a little longer.
Honestly, the surprise is that the yards were as low as they were. 2,000 yards. That's not very many for a guy who played in 9 games.
How much higher do you think all of these numbers would have been if he stayed in?
Let's see. So he finishes up the regular season. He probably gets. I don't know. I mean, the offense was also starting to get pretty wonky, and they're about to play the 2 toughest defenses at the end of the schedule.
It would have been somewhere around Josh's total in terms of yards. Touchdowns would have, been
around your total.
Threatened mine, and then interceptions
around both.
Yeah.
I think we would have pretty much nailed that one.
Yeah. The Emmett Johnson question, yards from scrimmage. This one goes to Josh. It was just a simple over-under. We set the total yards from scrimmage, receiving and rushing at 1,100 and a half. He ended up with 1,800. He cleared our number just in rushing yards alone.
Gosh, he cleared that number by what, week 8?
Yeah.
Game 8? That is nuts. Yeah, you're right. He cleared it with rushing yards.
So Josh gets the smiley face.
Incredible.
Well, it feels like the Iowa game, all they did was give it to him.
He had close to 30 carries yet again in that game.
Yeah.
He had his best game as a Husker.
Question 4, list the tight ends and number of receptions.
Yikes.
We were right about who wasn't going to win.
Yes.
But we flip-flopped first and second, and it wasn't even close. We both thought that Harburg would lead the tight ends in receptions, then Lindenmeyer, then Nelson. It was Lindenmeyer, 29 catches, Harburg 8, Nelson 2.
I think after a few weeks, we realized we were way wrong.
You guys were too hiney-pilled.
You realize
You
realize that Lindenmeyer probably had more catches than Harburg and Nelson would have combined after like the non-conference part of the schedule.
I was just going to say, because I was trying
He
to
had,
figure out.
how many did he have in the Cincinnati game? 4?
Cincinnati game, he had 5.
All right, so right there.
How many total catches did those guys have combined? They had
10.
He hit that number by, well, he only had 1 against Houston Christian. So after that game, he had 9 catches. And then against Michigan, he had 7. So by Michigan, by like the first quarter of the Michigan game, he had cleared them.
Yeah.
That's nuts. And what really sucks is it just slowed down at the end of the year.
Oh, it slowed way down.
He peaked early.
Honestly, I'm surprised I didn't see more of that criticism of, hey, Dana, Utah throws their tight ends.
29 catches for him on the year, 6 of them in the last month. Only 6.
Question 5. We just missed, but it was close. Who is the second leading receiver? Not the leading receiver, and I'm talking about just within the wide receiver group, not counting Emmett's catches, because Emmett actually had the most catches on the team.
So then I would have been right, because then Barney would have gotten knocked down to number 2.
Yes, but just among the receivers, who was going to have the second most catches? Because the assumption was Dane Key was going to be the guy to lead the team in catches.
Look at you.
And I actually went with Dane Key, but he finished third.
He finished third.
And Barney finished first.
Yeah, I went with Barney. And
so it was Hunter.
And Isaiah Hunter.
The Dane Key thing was so weird this season.
Again, remember I put it on the list. I am not getting excited for the next receiver.
The next big thing at receiver?
I ain't doing it. He's going to suck. That's my take. I'm sticking to it.
But if you look at the final totals, I mean, very evenly split. Barney had 45 catches, Hunter had 43, and Key had 39.
Yeah, just don't go look at the last month of the season.
No,
that's very depressed. Very depressed.
Question 6 had to do with turnover margin. Only once in the last 10 years did Nebraska have a positive turnover margin. Well, congratulations. And I hit it on the nose.
You did. You nailed it.
+2.
Does this count the bowl game?
Yes.
Wow. Look at that. +2. And they still went 7-6.
But it goes back to something we had talked about after the Iowa game. All of those games where they had an even turnover margin and still lost.
Even turnover.
Yep.
And to me, that is a telling sign.
Yep.
Because historically, when Nebraska breaks even in the turnover battle, historically, going back over 50 years, they win 70% of their games. Under Matt Rule, they are sub 500. Just like Scott Frost.
Yeah, not great.
Question 7. Now,
how would we judge this?
This is interesting because this was the most subjective.
Because it was
a multiple choice question.
How will we describe the special teams? John gave us 4 options: incredible, pretty okay, average, same old crap. So we said pretty okay. I think when we did our midseason check-in,
it was A.
I think it ends up at B.
I think it does too.
Because the end of the season was very frustrating, including the bowl game. These random kickoff returns.
The double down strategy was double dumb.
Yeah, it didn't work out very well.
When you catch a kickoff in the corner of the end zone, that should be a no-fly zone. That should be let that sucker go. Because you've cut off most of the field, you're pinned in a corner, and yet they brought it out. And hey, kudos to the other teams. They said, that other dude ain't beating us. We'll kick it to Barney.
Yeah. And then he would catch it and he would run all the way across the field, it seemed like, every time. Yeah. I think it ended up pretty okay, which was still a massive improvement.
Oh, sure. It's still an improvement.
But
and
the highs of the early part of the year, peaking with what the Maryland game and what they did in that game. I guess they had the kickoff return against Northwestern. So that was like its last truly great moment.
The last month of the season.
Yeah, went away.
Last month of the season. Yeah. Did Nebraska's special teams lose them any games? No.
Well, it certainly got the ball rolling against Iowa.
But it sure as heck didn't win them any games.
Yeah, for sure.
or make a difference.
Yeah.
So I think B, pretty okay.
Pretty okay. I think that fits.
Is a fair answer.
I think we nailed it.
Question 8. What would Nebraska's record be in one-score games?
I think you won this one because they ended up having so many blowouts, right?
Well, not.
Oh,
I mean,
wow. They went 4-2.
They went 4-2.
Which is a massive improvement.
It is.
But yet, again, we leave feeling frustrated because 4 losses of the 5 were ass whoopings.
Yes, they were.
Including the last 3 games, period.
So 4-2.
Wow. That is crazy. So you had 3-3, I had 3-4.
I had 3-3. Yeah. Question 9. The most exhilarating win of the year would be versus who? The most frustrating loss would be versus who? The only one I could really give a point to would be my pick of Minnesota being the most frustrating loss.
I think that's, I mean, you could pick one of, I would say 3, but I think Minnesota collective. I mean,
I think Minnesota's it because again, it was shocking.
It was.
To see how badly they got whooped.
Terrible.
They gave up a school record 9 sacks.
Awful.
Dylan picked up a new hobby.
He did pick
astronomy.
Yep.
And
that game sucked.
And let's face it, it set the tone for the rest of the season.
It is the turning point game. They were 5-1. After that, they won twice. And
Pink
lost 5
uniforms
times.
are cursed.
Yeah, Greg and Lincoln says USC isn't the most frustrating loss. No, I'm with John. I think Minnesota.
USC is understandable because they lost their quarterback.
It's a bummer. There's frustrating moments in that, but the Minnesota game, for me personally, and I think for you, it's a turning point game. I wrote my column after that was I'm done trusting Nebraska football. And I think that is aged very well.
I mean, to me, frustrating, also most unforgivable.
Yeah, for sure. And
that's not and I'm not going to say that as a slight to Minnesota.
Came after it, right? Matt Rule, one of the coaches, didn't respect him. John Butler talks about the long run spooking him and the defense changing after that. Like that game, it really is a nice turning point.
You should never, ever give up 9 sacks.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, the hard part is figuring out what the most exhilarating win is. You asked, is Maryland the most exhilarating
I think
win?
it is.
It's either that or Northwestern. Because Northwestern, they had the great drive to finish up the game where they get multiple third downs.
Yeah,
I'm with you, though. Maryland, they had to get stop, score. And they had to do all of that in the fourth quarter.
Remember all the celebrating they did after the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they came back out, thanked the fans. They were like, yeah, woo.
Yeah.
I mean, Northwestern, did they win it at the end? Made a great drive? Absolutely. But that felt more like thank God.
Yeah.
Then it felt exhilarating.
By the way, Jordan pointed out, you at least got one game correct because otherwise we were both wrong on the other 3. You said Michigan, most exhilarating win. I said USC. They lost both those games.
Yeah.
I said most frustrating loss, UCLA. They won that game. So at least you got one of them.
And the final question.
How many sacks will Dylan Raiola have?
No, but it's one where Josh wins the point, and it kind of goes back to what we talked about from the beginning of the show. Going into year 4, Nebraska fans will feel blank about Matt Rule. Just fill in the blank. I said they would feel fairly positive. Wrong. Josh said they would feel frustrated, and as I put in the graphic, and maybe frustrated is putting it lightly.
I think it might be.
But definitely frustrated wins the pony.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely know that fans feel frustrated right now about Matt Rule going into year 4.
Very much so.
So there's our 10 questions review.
Wow.
Incredible.
This was a frustrating season. Yes, it's Destroyer. Frustrated for sure.
Yeah.
Sad Husker fan. Men talking about their feelings. That's what this is.
You're allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if at the beginning of the season, when you guys put these questions together, and one of them was how many times will Dylan be sacked? What do you think you would have picked?
Okay, so John would have included data from last year, so we would have known that. Let me look that up real fast. Because this was a massive uptick, right? Year over year.
It was a big sack year.
Now
2024, he had 27, but that was in 13 games. So we would have probably thought, okay, 2-ish per game. So we probably would have, I probably would have picked around 20. Plus, there was all the chatter about him picking up a little mobility, losing weight. So, yeah, maybe one of us would have even gone into the teens.
Well, the final total was,
27. It was the same number, but in fewer games.
Dylan sacks. Because, the team total was 33. They gave up 33 sacks this season.
Yeah.
As a team.
Yeah. Not great. Not great at all.
So we're rolling right into predictions here, right?
Let's do it.
We are.
We're going to have to fly through it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
We got Jack Mitchell coming up at the bottom of the hour.
We do.
All right, so we'll start
Back in first.
with the Thunder.
I'm on your butt.
Thunder at the Warriors tonight. Thunder -9.
Thunder get off the schneid if they're still on it. Give me a OKC.
Thunder buddies.
You know what? Let me go with Steph. Is he still alive?
He is still alive.
Still plays for this team. He's not hurt right now.
I don't know.
Go with the Warriors. I'll take the points.
Okay.
In the NHL, the Seattle Butt Kraken are at the Vancouver Canucks. Butt Kraken by a goal and a goal and a half underdog.
I think the Kraken have a really cool logo.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know. You can't go into the Canucks home arena and do that. So give me the Canucks to cover the 1.5 goals.
You think they're going to knock them out?
Nice, Nick.
I think I'm going to go with the Butt Kraken tonight.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Basketball. These are ranked teams, but look at this spread.
Holy.
USC plus 21.5 at Michigan, who is a wagon right now. I've seen Michigan up close. That's a lot of points, but I'm going to take Michigan.
Michigan basketball is the Indiana football of basketball. Give me the Wolverines.
Same.
Okay. See, we agree, Nick.
John Calipari and Arkansas
That's right. I was like, what? This isn't involving Kentucky.
taking on Tennessee. Tennessee 1.5 point dogs at Arkansas.
Tennessee.
False.
Ooh. I'll change. I was going to go Tennessee. I'll go with Arkansas.
Okay.
UCLA is getting 4.5 at Iowa, Nick.
Go Hawks.
I'm going to take Iowa.
Yeah, I'll go Iowa as well.
The FCS championship is this weekend.
Yeah, when is this game? Is this tomorrow?
I believe so.
Okay.
Illinois State plus 10.5 at Montana State.
It is Monday. Monday night,
Oh, it's
6:30.
Monday.
Yeah.
This is when the ride ends for the Missouri Valley Conference. Give me Montana State.
This is an incredible run. 4 wins, all of them on the road. They're crisscrossing around the country. I agree with you, though. Montana State's better.
I'm staying in the MVC.
Wow.
We will have, before our next round of predictions next Friday, a college football playoff semifinal. Miami is a 3-point favorite against Ole Miss. So, Josh, you said you're going to go back and forth. Well, you got to make a pick here.
Give me Miami. I'm going to change tomorrow, but I'll go with Miami today.
Here comes the story of a hurricane.
Nice.
It's Bob Dylan.
Yeah, I'm going to lean defense on this one. I want to
Ole
go.
Miss.
I mean, Ole Miss is a team I'm rooting for, but I'm going to pick Miami. Will Nebraska football have a quarterback transfer commit by Monday? Just any quarterback transfer. This doesn't have to be the Notre Dame backup.
Yes. Minchie.
Minchie.
Yes.
You going to go yes or no?
Well, I need to catch up, so I'm going to go no.
Okay. To the NFL.
Panthers Bucks in the NFC South maybe
So
championship game, because remember, if the Falcons win, then that means the Panthers claim the division no matter what happens in this game because of a 3-way tiebreaker.
Bucks.
Panthers, because it would be funny.
Well, they could lose and still win the division.
Yeah.
Which would be even funnier.
Mm-hmm.
This is almost like a Big Ten tiebreaker scenario, how dumb this is. Give me Tampa, though.
You're going to take the...
He's taking Panthers.
I'm taking Panthers.
Yeah, I can't pick against Rams legend Baker Mayfield.
The Ramily.
Seahawks in the NFC West and number 1 seed game, -1.5 at the 49ers. I'm taking Frisco.
Seahawks.
I'm going with the 49ers. Wrong team's favored. This is going to be my best preseason take. Niners 1 seed.
Against that weak-ass schedule.
They still did it, though.
Weak-ass
They
schedule.
beat the Rams.
Nebraska had
I
a
guess the
weak-ass
Rams isn't as
schedule.
good a win anymore.
The Rams gave
Falcons
it to
can
them.
beat the Rams. Anybody can beat the Rams that the Alkins can.
Ravens, Steelers, Sunday Night Football.
I want to go with the Ravens. I'm not going to, though. I'm going to go with the Steelers.
Wow.
Ravens been crappy all year. I would love to be wrong.
They look good against Green Bay.
They did.
I'm going to say the Ravens. I can never bring myself.
I'm gonna
pick the
I'm gonna
Steelers.
take the Steelers only because the Raven. I could still see the Ravens winning this by a field goal, and I'd still get the point.
Okay.
Jared Goff minus 18.5 passing yards versus Caleb Williams. I'm gonna take Williams.
Same.
Williams is, I believe, 170 yards away from being the first Bears quarterback to ever throw for 4,000 yards in a season.
Wow. I also want Williams for the record.
All right.
Who will play in the first NFL playoff game next Saturday? This is such a Josh Pilled question.
I thought this was your question, John.
No, this was the question you submitted.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
I'm going to go with, should we just say like the divisions, not like the teams? I'm going to go with AFC North winner versus Texans. That's what I'm going to go with.
This could go so many different ways. I mean, I agree. The Texans, I'm just going to write Texans because the Texans will be in this spot.
That works.
Panthers.
Okay, there you go. Another 4 or 5.
Yeah.
This is a Bart assumed line. Creighton plus 3.5 at Seton Hall.
I keep picking against your Jays. I'm not going to do it this time. Give me Creighton.
I'll take Seton Hall. Sorry, John.
I'm taking Creighton.
Of course, sure.
Who will lead the Jays in scoring?
Jason Green.
For the second game in a row.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to take Josh Dix.
I agree.
Wow.
Tonight, Nebraska ball favored by 1.5.
Oh, baby.
Versus Michigan State.
Nick?
Nebraska ball.
Same.
I need the point to catch up, so I'm going to take.
That's why you're picking against
And I'm
him.
going to take Tom Rizzo. And who leads Nebraska in scoring? I'm going to go with Sanford.
Jamarcus Lawrence.
Burke.
And there you go. There's predictions. Underdog. Hey, you know what? You could maybe have a little fun with the Nebraska ball game tonight on the Underdog Fantasy app, but you can also do it for the NBA, for the NFL playoffs, and a whole lot more. And this is the place where you can win money right now by playing very simply. Pick whether your favorite players go higher or lower on points like stats, rebound, steals, rebounds, points. Could be a lot of different options. And if you get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Also, you can do it right here in Nebraska. Just go download that Underdog app today, and we can get you a chance to score some extra bonus picks right now.
John, you mentioned it. Maybe Ringmass higher than 15.5 points. Price Sanford, 14.5 points. Those and more available right now on the Underdog Fantasy app. Use our promo code 1620TheZone today, and you can get in on all of the action. Again, the promo code is 1620TheZone. $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Make sure the headlights are on. If you come across anything that gets in your way, call the traffic hotline 402-479-1414. That's another check of your time saver traffic.
Welcome back. That sound only means one thing. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. You know, NBC wanted to bring that old voice guy back, out from the dead and use him for AI stuff for all their NBA stuff.
Yeah.
The guy they needed to bring back was the voice guy for the Super Friends cartoon. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. He had the best voice.
Mm-hmm.
Josh has no idea what you're talking about.
I know. Hey, no, I know what these references are. I've
Yeah.
seen this. Yeah.
It's Super Friends. It was a
Come on, Jack.
pretty
I
good
like
cartoon.
comic book stuff.
It was a pretty good cartoon.
Yeah, it was more of a cartoon like when I was a kid. So
Super Friends was on for a long time.
Maybe it was on longer than I thought.
Many years.
Yeah.
Many, many, many years. But there he is, Jack Mitchell. Have the big game feelings spread into your liver and kidneys right now, or is it still stuck in your tum-tum?
Okay, that sounds like I need to go to the hospital when you say it that way.
Well, the way you watch Nebraska sports, you probably do need to go to the hospital.
Here's why I know the big game feelings are here is I continue to have people asking me, hopefully with hope in their voices, if I'm going to some musical theater event tonight.
Are you?
Because, I was famously at Les Mis on the night Nebraska beat Purdue, #1 Purdue, a couple of years ago.
I mean, this is just a one-time thing. You're not trending in this, are you?
I don't think so. I've only done it once, and they've won many times since I was there. So I don't believe I need to be seeing off-Broadway shows during every big game. I mean, Nebraska hammered Creighton, and I was sitting right there staring at the back of your sad, sad head. So, I don't think I need to be seeing any musical theater anymore. So I will be there. I will be loud. I will be excited. And yeah, I've got the big game feelings. I really do. I don't know what to expect. I don't know kind of what to expect. The only thing I'm bummed about is that the weather is kind of crummy. I hope everybody's traveling okay. Of course, Lincoln has nothing happening in it. Well, you know why that's happening right now, but there's precipitation every other direction. So,
Is there moisture in the air? Because it has not arrived yet in Omaha, even though it was supposed to at the start of the show.
It's closing in. It's closing in.
On the radar, and there's I don't know what word to use. There's some kind of a circular orb that's protecting.
Circular orb.
It's almost as if it's covering, and I don't know what to call it, but it seemed to be preventing Lincoln from getting the precipitation that's in David City. And
listen, I'm all for that, baby.
Right now, so that's
give me some more of that.
Jack, let me ask you this, because I have said it. You have probably said it. I've heard other people say it. Biggest Nebraska home game of all time. One of the biggest regular season games ever. What is that? I don't think that any of us would argue at that, but what does it tell you that we are saying that about a January 2nd basketball game, even though a win today doesn't guarantee anything? It doesn't lock up a tournament berth. It's not no-sit Sunday in that regard. And yet there is something about this and how, again, this team maybe could level up. Is that why we're saying those types of words?
First of all, number one, I haven't said that because I think no-sit Sunday was a bigger game.
Okay.
Because I think the consequences.
Bulletin board material.
I think the consequences of that game, win or lose, were more significant than the consequences of this game. And it was essentially win and in. You could have still lost it and probably gotten in, but it made it more difficult. It wasn't a true play-in game, but it was closer to that than this game is. So this is a different type of game, though. This is just an unprecedented game, because a win would put Nebraska during the regular season into a place they've never been before. Never. They've never been before if they can get into it. And, of course, you've got ranked versus ranked, which those stats are crazy that's happened so rarely. But I guess if Nebraska hasn't been ranked, how could it? I don't remember that Kansas game in 1991. That was the last one. But that was apparently the last one.
And that was the last game of the season, if I remember right. Last game of the regular season.
Was it? That could be right. I can't, for some reason, I might have been at that game, and I can't totally remember that one for whatever reason. But it's a huge game, but in a fun way, right? Because a win is just euphoric if they somehow win this. And a loss is, yes, disappointing, but not at all. Like, it doesn't really take away what's happened during the season or put them in a hole or anything like that. It's almost it's a big game, but it's a little bit less of a big game because the negative consequences aren't quite there as much.
So let me play devil's advocate and spin it around from the positive side. And that is, I would argue this is a bigger game than the no-sit Sunday because of what it represents if you win. You're right. I mean, and it's hard to tell because, the committee didn't make some bold proclamation of if Nebraska beats Wisconsin, they're going to get in the tournament. I mean, we were all kind of assuming that was going to be the case. Yeah. I get what it meant. It kind of nailed, the final nail in terms of, solidifying your bid. But I think from a positive perspective, this is bigger because you beat Michigan State and you beat a Tom Izzo team and another typically, and this isn't like a mid-level Tom Izzo team. This is going to be one of his better teams. I'm not saying they're going to win the national title, but they represent. This is akin to Nebraska beating Ohio State in football, right? In a sense that's what Michigan State represents in basketball, and it further legitimizes everything that Nebraska's done. I'm not saying if they lose tonight that it delegitimizes or takes any shine off of what they have done to this point, but I think the ability for Nebraska to take it from here, and I'm using my hands, not so much here, but kind of here. But it takes you up another notch because of who it is you beat, the fact that they're really good, and now all of a sudden you're talking about being a Big Ten championship contender, right?
Yeah,
that's a big deal to be the champion of what many people believe to be the best basketball conference. That's I would make that argument that maybe this is bigger because of that.
Get me wrong. I will be in a stupor of euphoria to the likes of which no one has ever seen.
You're in a stupor of euphoria if they beat Incarnate Word.
If they, I've never seen that, so I don't know if I know.
Fair point.
But don't get me wrong. But it's just like there's a game on Monday right away after that, right? Like there's a game on.
Yeah, there's no finality. You're right.
They're at Ohio State, then they're at Indiana. Yeah, and certainly, and you're right about everything you say. Like it has a huge impact if they do. It just, I just think that it's just there's so much season left. But I'm not trying to minimize how exciting it would be and what a big moment it would be. It would be one of the biggest. It'd be unprecedented. I assume they'd be a top 10 team if they win. Like I can't believe I'm saying
they would be. Absolutely, they would.
Jack, it will be like a dream. I can't imagine it.
So before the Creighton game, they had played a couple against bye opponents, and they didn't look very good. And that was coming off of that stretch where it was Oklahoma and Kansas State, New Mexico, if I'm remembering right. And then they played those, and it was like, they just don't really look as good. They don't look as sharp. And then they dominate Creighton, they dominated Wisconsin, and then they beat Illinois. Since then, they have played a couple of bye games, around the holiday. Haven't looked that great, especially in the first one. Is that a concern at all? Like, what do you attribute that to? Is it window dressing? Is it watching or looking at the name on the jersey and it not being important? Like, what explains this? Because it's now happened in a lot of games.
I don't know. Yeah, the only thing that comforts me about it is that, like you said, it happened before the Illinois game too, with like a USC upstate, which may be the worst team that they played of all of them, and they did not look very good. They were significantly behind in the first half of that game. So it has happened before, but it was, again, it was a slow first half in both these games. I'm not sure if that's looking ahead. Like looking ahead was always going to be, I mean, I interviewed the general manager of Nebraska basketball, Luca. Let's see if I can say it right.
Luca Brasi.
Virgilio. I talked to him and I was like, I'm going to tell you what, Luca, like I'm already thinking about the Michigan State game. And so it's got to be a little bit tough, to keep everybody's mind on that. So I wonder, and he, obviously said the right things as being a part of the program. But I mean, it's hard. Look, have you ever? I've never looked forward to a regular season just because of the nature of it, the break, the lack of games, the lack of big games between the Illinois game and this. This is in some ways the longest hyped regular season basketball game, maybe with the exception of some of the big Creighton games at the beginning of the season. But it's the longest hyped regular season basketball game that I can ever remember.
I think, Jack, I remember you first bringing up this game and the possibilities of it after I can't remember the order of the Kansas State, Oklahoma, New Mexico trio, but after one of those, it was before Creighton. You were like, man, if they get by Creighton, they could have this record going into the Michigan State game.
Right.
And that was, a month ago that you were saying those words?
And I doubt I said unbeaten either.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's another thing, is just that it has been that moment on the calendar that so many fans have been looking to. And, maybe that weighs into them, but I mean, again, you ask me if I'm feeling confident. No, but I never am. So I don't, so I don't know how much the non-conference games and the way that they went, and then they turned it on in the second half in both of them. So I'm not sure what really to make of those, or if I should make anything of those at this point.
Yeah.
I guess, in terms of the bye games and not quote unquote looking impressive. I mean, the barometer for Nebraska is 3-point shooting. I mean, they literally had their 2 worst 3-point shooting games in the last 2. Mm-hmm. And because of the talent discrepancy, Nebraska still blew the doors off of North Dakota and New Hampshire, though it took a little longer for North Dakota. I mean, it really does. I mean, this team's going to live by the 3 a little bit and die by the 3. And if the 3s aren't falling tonight, I expect Michigan State to walk out of here with a win. But and I'm not saying they have to hit, 12 or 13 or 14 to win it, but they just can't be 6 of 27 again. If they're 6 of 27 again, I expect.
Yeah, in this game, it'd be hard.
That would be very difficult. So I think that explains some of it, which, listen, you're going to have games like that, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to have those types of moments where, the shots just aren't falling. I'm kind of looking at some of Michigan State's numbers. The interesting thing about Michigan State is they're pretty good in terms of 3-point defense, but they do allow teams to shoot a lot of 3s against them. Their 3-point rate is over 46%, meaning teams against them take 46% of their shots from 3.
Yeah.
Which kind of plays into what Nebraska does. Nebraska's 3-point rate is 22nd in the country. They take 49% of their shots from 3. For me, it's going to come down to, and I know rebounding is going to be important. Michigan State's really good on the boards. Yeah. But to me, if you could tell me right now what the 3-point numbers are going to look like for Nebraska, I could probably tell you who wins this game.
Yeah, but what's interesting? The thing is, I always sort of said this at the beginning of the year over and over again, like there's going to be games. I mean, it's kind of cliched. So many people said it, but there's going to be games where Nebraska shoots lights out from 3 and they can beat anyone. And there's going to be games where they shoot terribly from 3 and they can lose to anyone this year. Like in terms of shooting lights out from 3, I mean, they've only done it against Oklahoma really, and Illinois, I guess, the first half mainly against Illinois. But like other than that, they've been, they've been bad from 3 in those last 2 non-conference games. But otherwise, they're, against Creighton, they were 10 of 27. Against Wisconsin, they were 11 of 30. Like that's fairly. I mean,
but those are pretty good numbers. I mean, I always keep track of, and this works for Creighton, but I think it works for Nebraska as well because the offenses are somewhat similar. If you can get to like 36%, your winning percentage is like 75% or greater. And
just
so
on the average, yeah.
so 11 of 10 of 27. That kind of fits into that ballpark.
It's about right there. It's about right at
Wisconsin, 11 out of 30, but Nebraska is also really, really efficient inside. And that's the other thing, too, is Nebraska's ability to score at the rim has been very good this year.
Kansas State, they were 8 of 32. New Mexico, they were 13 of 35. So, I mean, I guess the thing is
but you know what the difference was, Jack, in Kansas State? You know what their 2-point field goal percentage was?
They had Sam Hoiberg got a million wide open like that's what I call the Nebraska Supreme Silver team kept having layups between him and
they were 25 out of 29.
They had a wide open layups the whole
game.
Yeah.
Now you're not going to get that against a Michigan State team, more than likely. So Either way, it's a very, very intriguing matchup.
Here's the other thing is I noticed this against Illinois. Illinois was one of the first teams that Nebraska played that had a real athletic bigs, bigger than Rank Mast. And I thought, lost some of the kind of confounding nature he brings to defenses when you have a true guy who is bigger than him and truly athletic, who's a rim protector. Some of his stuff doesn't work quite as well. The ability to do those hook shots and sort of, because there's a lot of guys where they, against Oklahoma, I know there were a bunch of times, and he'll kind of back people down and he'll always find a way to score. He couldn't do that as much against Illinois. And so I think the difficulty he brings in defending might be mitigated a little bit more in Big Ten play with some of the bigs that you're going to see in Big Ten play. We'll see if it happens tonight against Michigan State.
Yeah, and they got a couple of good guys, Cooper and Kohler, those will be the guys who will see a lot of Rink Mass tonight. That'll be really, really tough, because not only are they both good at shot blocking, they're very good at offensive and defensive rebounding.
Are you guys surprised Nebraska's a favorite?
No. I mean, isn't this kind of like an Indiana, Alabama football, like jersey and name on the front of the jersey kind of question, where it's like, you got to trust your eyes and you got to trust what the numbers have said about Nebraska. So like on one hand, that's to say I'm not, because of how well they have played. On the other hand, I'm still like, wow, this is kind of surprising for me.
Man, but Michigan State, like I feel like Michigan State is almost underrated when I look at what they've done this year. Beat Arkansas, crushed Kentucky, crushed North Carolina, crushed Iowa, lost to Duke by 6. And that's it for their notable games.
But that's the thing. They have not really been challenged. And I guess you could say Nebraska really hasn't been challenged in the same amount of time. I mean, that Duke game was on December 6th. Since then, it's been, Penn State and 3 bye games.
Yeah.
So they really haven't been challenged much. But you're right. The early season, when you look at the quality of teams that they've beaten, and some of this too is, and I know I've asked Todd Furman, our gambling expert from Las Vegas, on this a number of times, but there's value to be had early in the season in basketball, because folks really just don't have a great view of how the folks are handicapping right now. I mean, remember that year, what was it, about 7-8 years ago?
Where Nebraska always covered.
Where Nebraska covered everything. They had this ridiculous record against the spread, and I think some of that was Las Vegas just didn't know what to do with them.
Yeah.
And I don't know if, I'm not saying that's necessarily the case here, but I think it's showing two things: a healthy respect for Nebraska and a healthy respect for Nebraska's home court advantage.
Yeah. Here's one thing to keep an eye on in looking at Michigan State is they don't turn people over a lot on defense. When Nebraska really turns the ball over a lot, that's when they get into trouble. And that happened. I think that happened in that first half against New Hampshire a little bit as well. And I remember looking up the scoreboard when I was in Sioux Falls in the second half, and Nebraska's offense was humming. Their defense wasn't playing that well. They were humming. And I looked up, probably like 12 minutes left in the second half, and Nebraska had either 2 or 3 turnovers. And I was like, what in the world? I've hardly ever seen that from a Nebraska team, to have that few turnovers going into the second half. If I were to watch one stat other than 3-point shooting, I think that might be it, is the number of turn. If Michigan State isn't going to turn Nebraska over, that probably could bode well for Nebraska. And, they just, that's what just happened against Cornell. They played Cornell, and Cornell scored. I mean, they lost 114-97, but Cornell scored 97 points on them. What in the world?
Jack,
that's odd.
Football question for you. We talked a few weeks ago.
Way to bring him down.
No, this could be positive though. We talked.
You're going to ask about Cignetti?
No. We talked about the quarterback possibilities, right? And in the portal, I thought that there were 3 kind of buckets that they could go after. Proven starter, you got to spend a lot of money. Proven starter, but at a lower level G5 FCS, which isn't going to cost as much. And then, of course, the latter being this, highly ranked high school guy who hasn't played a whole lot. From all reports, it seems like at the very least their first quarterback could be the last option. Kenny Minchie from Notre Dame, who mostly played in mop-up duty, hasn't had a whole lot of snaps. I wonder, the 3 buckets, Was this one that you were interested in them exploring? I mean, of course, this was with the caveat of this is just one player. I think that they're going to add 2. How is the news of today landing to you?
Well, first of all, I don't know. It was I don't know how much to put into the transfer. I shouldn't put much into him. I know after looking at previous years, but like I'm sort of surprised to see he's rated above like Prabula from Michigan in the 24/7 ranking. He's rated higher than a bunch of the guys that have played in the transfer portal rankings. You guys see this? It kind of like Calandria from UNLV, a bunch of guys who have had some playing time. But to answer your question, like I always thought I didn't think Nebraska was ever going to, and I hoped they didn't, to be honest, go for one of the top guys who has been. Yes, I didn't. I mean, listen, I don't know if they even had a chance to, but I was hoping they would be looking for the hidden gem. I think the hidden gem can take any of those forms you were talking about, Josh. I think you can take a lower level guy who has experience coming up. I think we've seen that. I think we can also see a higher level guy who hasn't gotten a lot of playing time coming down and coming down a little bit, maybe within Power 5 conferences. I think we've seen that work too. So I don't know that I'm sold that it had to be one or the other, because I think I've seen both of them work a fair amount of times, actually. It's just a matter of, is the scouting there? It's just, and there's no way I can know, right, if this is the right pick. But this certainly could be a situation where they get someone that's a little cheaper, hopefully allows to spend some money on the lines, and instead of breaking the bank with a quarterback here at this point, and I don't know what the price is for a guy like that. So I was just hoping they would be able to get someone who fit one of those molds, and they did. I know there are going to be people who say they really wanted someone with experience. I don't know. I'm not necessarily in that boat, because I think both of them can work. Both of them cannot work in both of those camps that you put it in. So, and a guy, frankly, who's practiced for 3 years at Notre Dame. I know that's not game experience, but like he's not young by any. He was in the 2022 class, right? Like
it's a long time ago.
He's old.
Scott Frost was still coaching Nebraska in
2014 quarterback in that 2022 class with guys who are, like Levitt from Arizona State was in that class, ranked under him. And Michigan State, he's played games and games and games. And so he's actually he's old to some degree for a quarterback, and he's got 2 years. And so I guess that interests me as well. The one thing I would say, Josh, to your question is I can't imagine they'd be getting him if they didn't think he was going to be the starter, though.
That's an interesting question, or an interesting statement.
Well, it is. I mean, in terms of the rankings, or, I guess the pedigree, for lack of a better term, I understand part of that. But I think this opens the door of possibility that this is a competitive situation. And I'm guessing that the idea that for Minchie will be that, hey, I almost beat out CJ Carr, who's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I can beat this chump out.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he's calling Latifa chump, but I'm just saying, but you can also sell it as, hey, this is a dude who started our last 4 games for us. He's going to be given every opportunity. You got to come in and compete. And at least this dude has competed before.
Yeah, against Carr.
Yeah, and don't mistake me for saying that this is like everything's good now, everything's fine, this guy's going to be great. But there is something a little refreshing about truly, if this is the case, to being open to a quarterback competition, which I think some people don't even exists in this world anymore. But how many times have we avoided it? I'm not going to bring up Joe Burrow, but I kind of am, but how many times have it's been a faux competition, or there hasn't really been a quarterback competition? Like, I think there's something to be said for that still. Like, there are competitions at most every other position at this point, and it just hasn't been here. It hasn't been here for a long time. And so there's a part of me that's interested to see how that develops if you've got a true quarterback competition going on during the spring, and potentially you've got 2 capable, hopefully, quarterbacks going into the fall, because there's no transfer portal that they can leave in the middle of the summer.
Right. I would be all for if we go into August not knowing who the starting quarterback is. I would be all for
Notre Dame did it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and by the way,
because not only because competition is good at that position, but I also think it sends a message throughout the entire roster.
Yeah.
Hey, the most important position on our team, we're not sure yet. And if you want to set a tone, you can say, guys, you got to go out there and earn it. We're making everybody earn it. No one's getting handed anything, including at quarterback.
And by the way, it is so antithetical to just the feel of the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Because it's been a foregone.
He was crowned to when he committed.
It's been a foregone conclusion for the last 3 years, 4 years. Hell, it's
you're talking about the quarterback itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a foregone. When's the last real quarterback mystery we had going into August?
Tristan Gebbia.
Yeah, maybe him versus Adrian, but a lot of people even thought that was, it was going to be obvious.
Yeah.
But again, you fought to get Adrian, so you kind of felt like he was in the inevitable winner.
He was anointed, yeah.
In this whole thing, and maybe people feel like that about the transfer in this case. But to my bigger point is just there's kind of this thought that I had when Dylan Raiola moved on, and there's tons that can be said and talked about with that, and I'm not even trying to just crap on him generally, but I think there is some relief that the whole Raiola experience, everything about it has moved on. And I think a quarterback competition is so the opposite of the Raiola experience that it might feel kind of refreshing in the program. Yeah, maybe I'm squinting for positive things at this point, and I admit that, but.
Well, you'd be one of the few because it seems like a lot of people are eyes wide open to the negative. This has a very 2021 into 2021 into 2022 offseason vibe, at least to start. I'm not saying it's going to always be that way, but that's kind of the vibe I'm getting right now.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It could have been worse. It always could have been worse.
Drive safe tonight, Jack.
I will. Very excited. I'll call you guys later if things go well. Okay, John, I'll call you.
Well, I'll be in bed. I'm leaving
I don't
tomorrow.
care. I'll still call you.
Bye, Jack.
All right, there you go.
See you guys later.
That is the Super Friends Roundtable for this Friday. And real quick, what's for dinner? Meatloaf.
I'm picking up Jimmy John's on the way home.
No clue.
You all right?
Yeah, no clue.
Okay.
All right. Have a great weekend. It's been a great week, folks.
Hard working week for all of us.
We'll talk to you Monday, where it'll be a sort of normal week.
Previewing the NFL playoffs?
Yes.
Getting ready to root for the Rams against the Eagles?
Yes.
Go Rams for 1 week. Bye.
For many weeks.
Bye.
For all weeks.